Well, a pleasant good afternoon to you as JMU Athletics and the JMU Alumni Association are teaming up to bring you this free Madison HD Sportsnet feature presentation. From Harrisonburg, Virginia and the campus of James Madison University, welcome to NCAA Men's Basketball live from the JMU Convocation Center as the defending champion Dukes play their first CAA home game, hosting the Delaware Blue Hens. Today's game is being presented to you by the JMU Alumni Association, Comcast Sportsnet, the JMU Graduate School, Intellos Wireless, the JMU Bookstore, Residence Inn, and Fox Hill Townhomes. And once again, welcome to the Convocation Center. I'm Taylor McBrain alongside Houston Stutzel. We'll bring in just a moment. It is going to be a very exciting game here this afternoon as the Blue Hens come in. And the Blue Hens, of course, gave a very good game to the Dukes in the CAA tournament. Now, we are in a new season, though. The JMU Dukes coming in at 6-10, 1-1 in the CAA. Have to take on this Blue Hens team who's riding a 3-game win streak and check in at 9-7 overall and 1-0 in the CAA. Delaware comes into the Convocation Center as a fast-paced, high-scoring offense. They score almost 81.5 points per game. That's good enough for 27th in the nation and first in the CAA. Almost 7 points better than the next highest-scoring offense, William & Mary, who scores about 74 points per game. So let's bring in Houston Stutz now. And Houston, you know, what has this Delaware team got that the Dukes should watch out for today?
Well, the main thing is going to be Devon Sadler, but they got a lot planned for tonight. They're going to try and help Monty Ross pick up his 100th career victory in his 8th season, which have all been as a Blue Hen. The Blue Hens, again, are coming in with an 86-79 victory over Hofstra at home on Wednesday night, and they're currently riding a 3-game win streak, which matches their best of the season with wins over Liberty Cal Poly, and again, their first CAA victory over Hofstra. Now, Taylor, this is a very strong Delaware team coming into the Convo tonight. Their 9-7 record may be a little deceiving to most, though. You take a look at their schedule, and they have played very well on nights they took the tally in the loss column. Delaware had a 2-point season opening loss at Richmond, then a 4-point loss at Villanova, a 5-point loss at ACC newcomer Notre Dame, and a 12-point loss in Columbus to the Buckeyes of Ohio State University. So that shows you that this team knows how to compete, and probably the best competitor on the team, as I mentioned, is a very talented senior guard, Devon Sadler, who averages 20.8 points per game, and is someone the Dukes will have to pay attention to. And here's a neat little fact. Since Sadler's freshman season, he has reached double figures in 88 of 93 games. He has appeared in one of those 9 double-figure games, happened to be in the last matchup between the Dukes and the Blue Hens in Richmond in the CAA semifinals last March, when the Dukes held Sadler to just 7 points and picked up that 1-point victory with a wild finish. And Taylor, well, the rest is history with that impressive run from there. Well,
and you talk so much about Sadler, but certainly you have to watch out for Jarvis Threet. He's averaging 18 points a game. And then Davon Usher as well. He's a transfer in from Mississippi State. 17.2 points per game for Usher. So this is just a really pretty loaded team for Delaware coming into the Convocation Center. Like you said, I think a very misleading 9-7.
Like you said, they're loaded, but they're mainly loaded in their top 5. It's a little bit of a drop-off when you go to the bench, where Devon Sadler is going to be coming off the bench tonight because of a suspension. But you look at their top 5 guys: Sadler 20.8 points, Threet 18, Usher at 17.2, Kyle Anderson, who can shoot the deep ball very well, very good with the trifecta. He averages 14.1 points, and Carl Baptiste, who's also in the starting lineup, 10.3. And then Marvin King Davis, who came in for Devon Sadler in the starting lineup, he averages 5.3, but below that, it goes to 3. So again, they have 5 people above 10, but then after that, it's 5 and under.
You mentioned the suspension for Sadler. That took place close to the beginning of the season. He had played in 2 games, then was suspended for 7, returned to the lineup again off the bench from on the December 16th against North Dakota State. Since then, he scored lines like 24 points a game, 23 points a game, and most recently against Hofstra, that 24 points a game. So Sadler, a big key for Delaware. Meanwhile, on the other side, for JMU, they are coming off of their own 3-game win streak, which was just snapped here on Wednesday against College of Charleston, a newcomer to the Colonial Athletic Association. Lost down there in Charleston, 75-61. However, Andre Siminoff checked in with 19 points there, and Charles Cook continued his run of 21 points. That was the first game back for Andre Nation as well, although he only came up with 7 points. I say only, but those 7 points, very key to have someone like Nation back in the lineup. And, of course, JMU Dukes play the exact opposite way that Delaware does. They have the third best scoring defense in the conference, only allowing opponents 68.1 points per game. But then again, they're only scoring 62.7 points per game. So it's going to be a struggle, I think, when we start this game out.
And you mentioned Andre Nation, 7.6 rebounds, but the big number on that box score, you go to the very far right, look under minutes. He had 30 minutes registered in that game, so we expect to see a lot of him on the floor tonight, getting more acclimated. I mean, you can't expect too much in your first night back, but again, we should see a lot from him today. And you mentioned, though, all the numbers. You look at JMU's only average 62.8 points, as you mentioned. That's 332nd out of 351 Division I teams. They also only hit 26% of their three-point opportunities, which is 336th in the country. And then they only average 8.5 assists as well, and that's 344th out of 351. So they're not dishing out the ball very much. So to win tonight's game, they wanted to get in transition at the beginning of the season. That was what Brady wanted, hoping. Hadn't going well so far, but tonight they're going to have to get in transition to get opportunities in Andre Nation. They don't dish out the ball very much, so creating their own opportunities, and that's something that Andre Nation did very well against Indiana in that NCAA tournament and CAA tournament run, so we'll look to see a little bit more of that as well.
It is the Dukes and the Blue Hens coming up here on Matazone HD Sportsnet, presented by the JMU Alumni Association. Let's take a break. We'll be back to the Convocation Center after this.
Instead of asking yourself, where did those 4 years go? Think about where the next 40 will take you. Be involved at Madison. Dukes from day one, alumni for life.
Visit the James Madison University Bookstore, your source for all things JMU. Get your official Duke gear. Open after every football game. The JMU Bookstore. Support the team.
Well, we welcome you back to the Convocation Center. Delaware coming in to Convo, getting ready to take on the Dukes of JMU. Coming off that 3-game win streak. Of course, they had it snapped, did the Dukes. So they're looking to get back on track here. Of course, they had a rough November 6-game losing streak. And that's how we come to their record of 6-10 right now. And
it's been a very tough going, but again, it's getting better.
At this point in time, again, we talked a little bit about Andre Siminoff, and here he is at midcourt. Joined the 1,000-point club, did Mr. Siminoff.
Andre Siminoff became the 27th player in JMU history to reach 1,000 points with a long jumper against UNCG, and is closing in on becoming the 13th player in JMU history to accumulate 1,000 points and 500 rebounds. He has a chance to become the only player to also achieve 100 assists, 100 blocks, and 100 steals. So again, Andre Siminoff means a lot to the JMU Dukes. Again, 1,057 points. He's got 453 rebounds, 157 assists, 94 blocks, and 81 steals.
Andre Siminoff, I can imagine he'll be in the starting lineup, which we'll get to in just a minute. But first, the starters for the Blue Hens of Delaware.
Starting will be a 6'6", 200-pound senior from South Baltimore, Maryland. Transfer from Mississippi Valley State, Davon Usher, wearing 00. Starting at guard will be wearing number 4, Jarvis Threet, a 6'2", 170-pound junior from Richmond, Virginia. Starting at guard, the outside threat for Delaware will be number 13, Kyle Anderson, a 6'3", 200-pound junior from Newark, Illinois. Starting and wearing number 21 for the Delaware Blue Hens will be Marvin King Davis, a 6'7", 230-pound sophomore, again from Richmond, Virginia. And finally, starting at guard will be wearing number 33, a 6'9", 260-pound senior from Pittstown, New Jersey, Carl Baptiste. And the Delaware Blue Hens are coached by Monte Ross in his 8th year at Delaware with a 99 and 138 record. So again, looking for his 100th win today for the Blue Hens.
The fans at the Convocation Center on their feet, and that can only mean one thing. We are about to introduce the starting lineup for the JMU Dukes. And for that, back to Houston.
Starting at forward, wearing the double ones, number 11, 6'7", 200-pound graduate student from St. Petersburg, Russia, Andre Simmons. Oh, they're going with Andre Nation first tonight. So it'll be Andre Nation, the 6'5", 200-pound sophomore from Plant City, Florida, wearing number 15. Now wearing number 11 from St. Petersburg, Russia, the 6'7", 200-pound graduate student, Andre Simonov. Starting at forward, wearing number 22, a 6'9", 240 sophomore from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, Taylor Bessick. Starting at guard, wearing number 2, a 6'4", 190-pound sophomore from Pennsauken, New Jersey, Ron Curry. And closing it out for the Dukes, wearing the number 4 will be a guard. He's a 6'6", 190-pound sophomore from Trenton, New Jersey, number 4, Charles Cook.
Those are your starters for the JMU Dukes as we prepare for this game. And you see there what happened in the CAA tournament semifinals. An edged win there for the Dukes. Some late free throws as well. And of course, the next game against Northeastern, well, that was a JMU victory as well. And they're the defending CAA champs. Of course, like I said earlier on, the opener against the College of Charleston. Charleston got the better of the Dukes, but Dukes could rebound here against a very formidable opponent in the Blue Hens. Again, the stark contrast in points per game, 81.4 for the University of Delaware and 62.7 for JMU. I kind of foresee a struggle here, at least early on, at which tempo wins. Is it going to be the up-tempo of the Blue Hens? And not that JMU is a low tempo, but they just don't score a whole lot.
I kind of see it going with more the up-tempo because if you're JMU, I think that's the key to victory is you have to get out in transition, and your defense is the way you start transition. You got to be very long. Use that length. They're one of the tallest teams in the country on average height, so use that length to your advantage. Get those hands in the passing lane and allow that to create your transition opportunities, which the Dukes can very well do if they want to get out and run, get some easy baskets because the three-pointer is not falling very well. The team is starting to shoot a little bit better, so we'll see how that works out. And you mentioned the one-point victory in Richmond. The game before that at the Bob Carpenter Center was also a one-point victory for the Dukes, and that actually made Sports Center top 10 play on a lob in from behind the goal, and I believe Andre Nation was there to finish the home with the dunk.
Monte Ross is probably wishing he could have had this game just a little bit earlier, but unfortunately for him, Andre Nation returns to the lineup. And we know what Andre Nation can do to this Convocation Center. He can make it blow up with some explosive plays. It'll be fun to see how he gets back into it. And I have to wonder how much Nation, when he was down there in Charleston, he was playing a new opponent, and it was his first game back out of the 15-game suspension he had to serve. He probably wasn't in his best form. He might be today at home and against an opponent he knows a lot about. Sadler, Three, all of these guys, they played on last year's team, so he's seen them before.
And I look to see Nation guard a lot of Kyle Anderson early on. Because Anderson's a deep threat, and Nation is easily probably the best perimeter defender the Dukes have to throw out there at Anderson, who has hit 10 threes in a game earlier this year. And the Delaware Blue Hens have hit more than 10 threes on 3 separate occasions. So they like to hit that deep ball. So we'll see if Dukes go man early and see Nation guarding Kyle Anderson.
Little pause here as we wait for our friends at Comcast to catch up. This is a TV game, so if you're watching us elsewhere than an area covered by Comcast Sportsnet, Mid-Atlantic and Southeast. They've got the game today, so thank you for watching. As Kurt Dudley likes to say, no matter what time zone you're in, you're always in the Mata zone, and that's certainly true here today with our friends on the East Coast getting to see the Comcast production. So, tip-off time. Taylor Bessick will tip it, as did for Delaware, Carl Baptiste, but it is Delaware to take over, and Jarvis Three will start it out, working it at the top of the key. Three works it around to Davon Usher. And then we'll get it inside for the shot around the free throw line, I should say. Goes in for Marvin King Davis, the 6'7" sophomore, averages 5.3 points per game.
So rather than going with the man-to-man to prevent the outside looks for Delaware, JMU goes with that 3-2 zone, which left the middle of the floor open there. Easy shot at the foul line for Delaware.
Cook's going to take a three, and Baptiste will recover it on the board. And in transition, here's a three on the other side. That one taken by Anderson, who you will see take a few shots from beyond the arc today. Seminoff gets caught down in the corner, but works his way out of it. Working against King Davis, goes inside, and Baptiste will put it in.
Good job, Andre Seminoff, to use the entire frame, and he had a lot of body movement, was able to create some space. And again, that's more that creating your shot that the Dukes have to do a lot of.
Baptiste on the other side will put the short jumper in. And we're at 4-2 Delaware. Working around, there's Nation. His first shot of the season is going to look a little rusty. His first shot of the season at home, I should say.
He started out the Charleston game 3 for 3 and then went 0 for 7 from there. Again, finished with 7 points at the College of Charleston.
Up court comes Threet. Threet, one of the top scorers, 18 points per game. But as we were kind of discussing earlier on in the game, he gets a lot of points from the free throw line, which are those free points JMU will have to keep in control here today. Usher inside to Baptiste, then around King Davis, and blocked by Bessick, and then fouled when King Davis tried to go back up.
Great block by Taylor Bessick. He got up and just stuffed that ball in between the rim and the backboard. We'll have it on replay. Here we see here. Nation has fallen back in the zone, and Bessick with the great help defense. And that foul will go on Taylor Bessick. So his first, team's first.
Martin King Davis at the line. His first one will fall in. 5.3 points per game. He makes his living on the boards, though, with 4.4 rebounds per game, and is a 80% free throw shooter. Second one will bounce out. Rebounded by the Dukes. That's Charles Cook. Cook had a whale of a game, 21 points down there in Charleston. Now Curry working the point. Sorry.
Cook has really carried the load offensively for the Dukes with Nation's absence. So hopefully with Nation back in lineup, can create more opportunities for the entire team. And we see another air ball by the Dukes, and this time from Andre Seminoff.
Recovered up by Delaware down low. Threet will work the point, and then he'll get a three-point shot off. That one's going to rim out. Baptiste has got it. Then it's blocked by Bessick into the hands of Seminoff. Now we're running up court, and that one will fall in by Curry.
And Andre Nation got bailed out defensively on that end by Bessick. Nation did not block out, gave Delaware the easy opportunity at the offensive board, but then Bessick came through and cleaned up.
So some fast-moving opportunities here for both teams, but Delaware now going to settle down and work through their offense. With King Davis making the shot, it'll rim in and out. Recovered by Curry. Up to Cook now. Cook works it around top of the key. We'll pass it around the three-point line. Nation got it. Back now to Curry, working against Threet. Shot from the wing is good and in by Cook.
Nice shot by Cook to get that ball off the screen. Quick release. Pretty shot.
Dukes take the lead now 6-5. Threet trying to run the offense. He'll stop and pop, pull it back down, get it out to Anderson, who wants that three. There's Anderson's three.
Like I said, Anderson is dangerous from the three-point line.
48% shooter is Anderson. Got himself 14.1 points per game. Duke's working around. Andre Nation trying to direct the offense. Cook will take a three. It'll bounce out, but into the hands of Nation. Now Curry wants his own three. It'll bounce out as well, but Seminoff is there for the putback.
Easy putback by Seminoff. Got on the right side of the defense. Was able to drop it in on the tap.
Inside now to Baptiste. He's covered up quickly with that zone. Shot is in and good by Davon Usher for 3 from the top of the key. He has 17.2 points per game. So just some potent weapons. We talked about it in the pregame, Houston.
And there we see Andre Semenov answer with a 3 of his own there, Taylor.
So doesn't really look like a struggle up until this point. Seems like both are going to adjust to a quick-paced game, at least at this point. Falling down over here in the corner is Anderson, but he still puts it in.
Again, Anderson is dangerous, and the Dukes have to respect that, and they need to deny him the ball before he can get it in the corner.
Curry trying to work down towards the baseline. He'll stop and shoot it. And then foul called down low on the rebound.
And Taylor Bessie created that foul opportunity. Great job with the box out, and that forced the Delaware player. Can't see the fouls on to go over the back. It looks like it's going to be on Carl Baptiste, number 33.
It
That's
is.
his first.
Delaware leads at 14-11. Let's take a break. We'll be right back to Matazone HD Sportsnet presented by the JMU Alumni Association.
JMU students, do you want to live in Harrisonburg's premier college housing community? Live the luxurious lifestyle and check out Fox Hill Townhomes today. Fox Hill's furnished 4-bedroom, 2-bath townhomes offers spacious living with a bus service to and from JMU's campus. Located just off Port Republic Road, stop by today to reserve your spot for the 2014-15 school year. Fox Hill Townhomes is a proud partner of JMU Athletics. You are guaranteed to find your home away from home with Fox Hill Townhomes.
Well, we welcome you back to the Convocation Center, 14-11, Delaware leading. Let's take a look at the standings. Everybody has played at least one game in the CAA now. And you see there, William Mary, College Charleston, Delaware, and Northeastern each have won a game. JMU checks in at 6-10 overall and 1-1 in the CAA. And then everybody with losses, Drexel, Hofstra, and UNCW has got 2. I stand corrected. Towson has not played yet, but they are playing right now.
And Towson, they will go to 1-0 in the CAA. They beat UNC Wilmington 60-53. That was a 2 p.m. tip-off. The other 2 p.m. game, Drexel and Northeastern, that is starting in overtime, 67-all.
So I shouldn't have corrected myself. Towson's got themselves a CAA game underway now. All these teams start into conference play, and you know, Houston, conference play is going to be much friendlier on the Dukes as you'll have many more home games than the 2 non-conference games. This is just the 3rd home game overall for the Dukes.
Yeah, they've spent a lot of time on the road and getting to know each other, and hopefully that pays off towards the later end of the season. A lot more team chemistry.
Jackson Kent will come in for the Dukes as we restart, as will Yohani Dallenberg. First shot, next shot put up, I should say, by Semenov will come out to Delaware in transition. Threet going to take it all the way to the hoop, and he'll put it in for a Delaware field goal.
So the game was tied at 11 all, and then Delaware's been on a 5-0 run.
Threet's first points of the game. Now a steal on the other side. Here comes Threet again, and saved by Semenov from going out of bounds. That's the kind of play that Threet will make, and then he'll get fouled and go to the line. So either way, he's more than likely getting points out of there, except when Semenov, who then makes a 3 on the end, he's got 10.
That's his second 3 of the night. But Threet, when he goes in, if you noticed in that drive, he likes to lean in and try and draw that contact. He's going for contact rather than making the basket, I should say. And if you're an official in the CA, you have to look out for that. You have to be aware of the players and what they like to do, their tendencies.
There's Usher who makes a shot, bounces off of Dallenberg down low and into the hands of Kent. Kent, one of the freshmen here for the Dukes, making them one of the younger teams, certainly in the CAA. His shot's going to rim out, and there'll be a foul down low as Dallenberg and Baptiste were going after the ball. You know, I think that's something to be said as well. The Dukes, such a young team, and have, you know, a lot of promise both this year and in the future. And then Delaware, they've got a lot of seniors.
Look how close this is to the ball being on the rim. That looked like it was a goaltend. The ball was still on the cylinder. It was coming off, but when the ball is on the cylinder, that's considered a goaltend.
Foul going to be charged against Dallenberg, his first. Delaware has the ball now. No shots there, obviously, and that one is up and in by Sadler, who came off the bench.
And the thing that's shocking to the bench, and as well myself, watch where the foul is called here. Clearly on the floor, but he gave the continuation when obviously the foul was clearly on the floor and he counted the basket.
So Devon Sadler comes in off of the bench for the Blue Hens, and now he's already making some noise with that shot. He's got one more, and he'll make it as well, make it a 19-14 lead for Delaware. Sadler with 3 points now. Kent in trouble along the sideline. Will get it out of his hands to Siminoff, and then outside to Cook, who thought about a shot, will pull it back in. Dallenberg down low working against Baptiste. That one's rimmed in and out, and possession will stay with the Dukes on their side of the floor as that bounced off of Anderson's hands.
We've seen Siminoff get the ball a lot. He's been holding on to it a long time, trying to create his own shot. That opportunity there, when he catches it on the box or in the high post or anywhere in between, he's got to be able to catch that when he realizes the defender's on him and look opposite, because the opposite, Ron Curry, was open for the three-point attempt if he wanted it, but again, he held it too long and took away that opportunity.
Siminoff's going to get a break. Nation will come back in for the Dukes. Kent wants a shot. He's got the jumper from the wing for two.
Kent from High Point, North Carolina, with the High Point Christian. His father coached him in high school.
Thought about a shot. Did three. Will bounce it back out to Sadler to run the offense. Down low to Baptiste now. Baptiste working in the paint. That shot will bounce around off the rim, recovered by the Dukes. Cook up court quickly and won't be able to run a fast-paced offense. Instead, we'll back it back out to Kent. Gets it to Nation in the corner and whistles. Baptiste is going to appear injured and will walk off the court. And in for him on a substitution will be Marvin King-Davis, will return to the court for Delaware. Dukes will get their own substitution in as well.
Doesn't look like it's been anything too serious for Baptiste. Probably rolled an ankle, taped it up, and get back out there.
Cook's going to come off, and Tom Vodanovich will get on for the first time. 5.4 points per game for Vodanovich. Jackson Kent working the offense as a guard. Vodanovich now has it. And Nation working against Sadler top of the key. Nation wants to drive, and he will be fouled. Put the shot in, but he's not going to get the continuation, I don't think.
And he's probably like, well, you called it down there on the other end like that. Why can't you help me out this time? The same exact situation, both driving in, and a little bump, I guess, different referees, different calls.
Foul's going to go against Sadler. It'll be his first. The foul on the floor, though, so an inbound. Inbound goes directly to Curry, who shot it from beyond the arc. No good there. Transition offense now with three, puts the shot up. It'll rim in and out. Pulled down by Curry.
And there you see Threed again leaning in for the contact, but cannot get the shot to fall. And JMU's playing great defense on him there, keeping their arms straight up, not trying to fall for that contact.
Something very key to keep him off the line. You saw on the other end, Kent's shot was missed. Sadler now trying to drive inside. His shot blocked. And Kent's got it now going the other way. Nation now down low. Nation working against half of the guys on the floor for Delaware who had rushed down there, and he got it in.
And they credit that play to Vodanovich, who stripped the ball away on the drive to the basket. One of the freshmen is starting to come on for the Dukes. He I would say, acclimated to the college game a little quicker than the rest of the freshmen for the Dukes.
That is Nation's first points at home. On the other end, we're going to have a foul. And with that, we come to our next timeout. Foul's going to be charged against Vodanovich. Everett Weathers has been hired as JMU's new football coach. He is taking the floor. We'll let you listen to what he's got to say to JMU Nation.
We're excited about being a part of JMU athletics. I'd like to congratulate Coach Brady on what he's done here basketball-wise, and we want to emulate a little bit of what he's done. We're excited about that. Here's what I want you guys to understand. We're going to do something very exciting here. We're going to score a lot of points. We're going to stop people on defense. We're going to have fun, but we're going to put up a product out there Thank you very much.
So Coach Everett Withers, a former Buckeye, now at JMU Duke. And I think, just you heard from the excitement of the folks here in the Convocation Center, excited for football season, which is what, now we're still 7 months away? If I did my math right? No, more like 8. More like 8 months.
8 months away, but it's going to be exciting. And Everett Withers got his first college win as a head coach against the James Madison University Dukes when he was the interim head coach for Butch Davis after that whole North Carolina scandal erupted about how their classes maybe were not as real classes, I could say, in all the tutoring situations. But anyway, Butch Davis left. Everett Withers stepped in. They went 7-6 that year, and he got his first college win against the JMU Dukes in Chapel Hill that day, and it was very decisive, to say the least.
Foul was on Vodanovich before we went to Coach Withers. His first, team's fourth. It was on the floor, so Delaware now working the offense. Anderson will put up a shot from inside the three-point arc.
The rim's not being very friendly to either team early on.
Worked around now by Kent towards the top of the key. Nation and Kent trade the passes. Inside now to Cook, who returns to the floor. Cook's shot is in and good from inside the paint.
It's one thing we've seen from the Dukes. We haven't seen very much offense. We've seen a lot of one-on-one and them backing down their defenders and showing off a lot of nice post moves.
Sadler gets bumped by Cook at the top, but he'll step out against Nation, will hit the three.
And that shot's just unguardable. You can't play any better defense if you're Andre Nation. As you can see, they put him on Sadler. And looks like we have a carry on Jackson Kent.
Kent working too much with the basketball, says the referees.
But watch this. Here we see Sadler gonna step back. Nation had the hands up. Very good shot by Sadler.
And of course, Sadler averaging 20.8 points per game, all off the bench here of late. He has not been in the starting lineups, but still works that point guard position very, very well, as you can see. And the statistics tell the story there as well. Usher now working. He'll try the backwards lay-in, and it was right there and bounces out. You're not kidding, the rims not doing very well today.
That ball was about 3/4 away in the basket, somehow rattled out. See if you can look at it on replay. I'm sure they were already putting 2 points on the board. Look at it. It was in and out. Oh, tough luck.
Usher's going to try it again, and it's going to do the same thing. We'll just rim around. Two shots as that possession stayed with Delaware. 2 shot opportunities, both of them just barely out of the basket. Oh, what a shot there by Charles Cook, plus the foul.
Wow, sitting at the Sports Center. That's got to be a top 10 play. I don't know what you call it. Hey, diddle. Charles Cook in the middle, spin around and throw it in the basket.
That is Cook's 6th point of the game. He'll have the chance for one more. Incredible by Charles Cook. He'll convert the opportunity as well on that. 7 points for him.
Of course, he's got to complete the 3-point play after a shot like that.
Oh, absolutely.
He could probably hit the free throw blindfolded.
With as much adrenaline as he probably felt after that one, I think so. Sadler's shot will bounce off the backboard. Kent's got it now, works it in transition for the Dukes. Inside the Nation, gets blocked by Sadler. Nation gets his own blocked rebound and puts another one up before he is fouled.
Good basket cut here by Andre Nation. Good find by Yohani Dallenberg, who was playing with his back to the basket. Knew where to find Nation, and that's something that you really don't expect to see early on, especially Nation missing so much.
Nation makes his first free throw. Andre Siminoff will return to the court for Dallenberg. The foul there was charged against Baptiste on that one. Nation will miss the next one. Anderson with the rebound. 4 fouls apiece for either team as we approach the 9-minute mark of the first half. Shot from the free throw line put up. Threet misses that one. Not often you hear me say that. Stolen away by
Anderson got a hand in there, but somehow Simonov was able to bat it back out to Nation.
Nation's got it now.
The Duke's going to take their time, slow it down a little bit, try and run a little bit of offense. We haven't seen much of it.
Vodanovich down low, shot missed, but Nation there for the recovery, and he'll put another 2 in for the Dukes.
And that's where we missed a lot of Andre Nation. He can get in there, rebound the basketball, big, long arms. And there you see, collects the rebound on the left side, up and under, uses the rim to protect the basketball, shield off the defenders, and gets the easy lay-in.
Nation with 5 points so far. Foul going to be called away from the basketball as Threet was working it around. It's going to go against one of the Dukes. Charged against Vodanovich, his second, so he will leave the floor in favor of Bessick, who will return. 5th foul on JMU, and an inbound pending for the Blue Hens. It's inbounded up to the top of the key. Usher now over to Anderson. Anderson loses it, and it bounces out of bounds. They're going to say it came off of Simonoff's hand. Stays with Delaware.
Good call by the officiating crew. Again, Duke sticking with that 3-2 zone that they've switched to a little bit this season. It's been effective so far, forcing Delaware to shoot the outside trifecta.
Usher with one of those outside shots. It misses it. Stays with Delaware, though, as it's rebounded in by Threet. Now to Sadler. Cook got up and messed Sadler's shot up, it looked like. So effective there. Now trying to drive inside, will kick it back out to Usher. Usher has to kick it back outside himself, this time to Threet. Threet down low and will be fouled. And so he'll go to his bread and butter, the free throw line.
That's going to be on Andre Nation. I believe that'll be his first team foul. Yes, that is it. Or excuse me, that's his first personal foul, 16.
So with that, we come to 7:49 to go. 26-22, JMU leads. We'll return to the Matazone HD Sportsnet presented by the JMU Alumni Association after this.
I knew going to JMU would be more about just getting a master's.
I just knew that it was the place for me.
I feel as though that I'm a part of the institution.
You will never meet a stranger. Everyone is always willing to help you out and to help you through your graduate experience here at James Madison University.
The graduate school here is a great choice.
The education that you receive is top-notch.
It's one of the best in the country. And from here, everything is possible.
Hello, JMU Sports Nation. This is your new football coach, Everett Withers. You're watching Matazone HD Sportsnet, presented by the JMU Alumni Association.
There's Coach Withers sitting with his wife. And they're excited to move to Harrisonburg, as we've heard him say many times.
Get to enjoy a little bit of JMU basketball, and then the JMU football banquet tonight, which is where Kurt Dudley is, if you're wondering. But on the Duke side of things, nobody in foul trouble so far for either team. Tom Vodanovich does have 2 fouls, though, so he's got the most. Leading the way for JMU, Simonoff, 10 points. Charles Cook has 7. And for the Delaware Blue Hens, it's been very spread out. Sadler has 6, Anderson has 6, and Usher has 3, King Davis has 3, and Threet has 2. And Carl Baptiste, he's still on the bench getting worked on. He's getting his ankle taped up as we speak. He has 2 points as well.
Devon Pinkard will see some action for the first time for Delaware, as will Barnett Harris, who will, both those guys come onto the court for Delaware.
We have some CA men's scoreboard. Northeastern and Drexel tied at 76 in their second overtime. 4:23 left in that game. And again, as we mentioned, Townsend beat UNC Wilmington earlier, and Charleston with the early 13-8 lead over Hofstra.
Jarvis Threet at the line, and he'll make the first shot. 70% free throw shooter, as we kind of talked about earlier. It's where he gets a large percentage of his points is at the free throw line. He'll make the second one, and he's got 4 points in the game, but so far keeping him under control are the Dukes, especially from the field. He's only got the 2 points from the field, now 2 from the free throw line.
And now we see a little zone pressure by Delaware.
They tripped up the Dukes a little bit as they tried to get some passes around. Almost got picked off on one of them. Nation trying to drive inside. He will, and put it in plus the foul.
So count the basket, and that'll be the first on Barnett Harris, who just entered the game. He's a 6'9", 210-pound freshman from Monroeville, Pennsylvania. Again, only averaging 0.6 points per game and just under a rebound a game.
Nation looking for a free throw, and he missed it.
Nation not doing very well at the foul line today.
And now 1 of 3. Actually, that number 1, he missed 2 in the game against Charleston. So that one he made earlier today is first free throw of the season. Converted, I should say. Out of the now 5 opportunities that he's had. Shot goes up from 3. Pulled down, and it'll be the Dukes' possession now. Cook works it up court. Tries to drive inside, and he'll put his up, but is fouled in the process.
See who they're calling the foul on.
It'll be the second on Barnett Harris,
So he
number
just
2.
entered the game, and now he's probably going to have to be set down for a couple minutes. But it looks like Monte Ross is going to like to keep him in.
Cook's first shot is up and in for Charles Cook, a 73% free throw shooter. Now 8 points on the night for Cook. His second opportunity converted as well, make it 9 points for the sophomore from Trenton, New Jersey. Threet now works the offense. Up court for Delaware, hands it off to Sadler. Sadler going to try and drive the baseline, runs over Curry, but kicks back out to Anderson where the rim is unkind to him.
JMU has switched it up in the last time out. They're going man-man defense now on Delaware.
Curry going to back out, have his time to work the offense. Now gets a pick from Bessick.
Delaware is going to do the same. They're lined up man-to-man.
Tried to put the shot up to Nation, kind of brought back down, but then when he goes up for his second opportunity, Nation will convert it, his 9th point of the game.
So Nation starting to settle down, already past his season high, I guess you could say, at College of Charleston, where he had 7 in his debut.
Fans wanted a call there. They will not get it. Delaware will reset the offense now with 3. Quick pass to Sadler, wants to drive in against Nation. Sadler gets blocked from behind by Bessick, pulls his own rebound down, puts another shot up through Nation and Bessick, and that one's going to fall short as well. Siminoff now going to drive on the other end of the court, and Bessick tried to get the second chance opportunity, not able to. Foul called.
Siminoff trying to put a little too oomph into that putback slam. Good attacking drive by Siminoff, and then there you see Bessick just a little too much on the slam, and then a silly foul by Charles Cook to come in like that on a rebound that he probably had no chance of getting to.
And he is going to have to take a seat in favor of Jackson Cook. That's the 7th JMU foul, which means that now Kyle Anderson will head to the line for a 1-and-1, a 73% free throw shooter. Makes the first of the 1-and-1 opportunity, his 7th so far.
And that will be Cook's 2nd personal foul.
Next shot is up and off of the front of the iron.
Long rebound by Siminoff.
Now Curry with Cook out for what we can assume is going to be at least another 2 to 3 minutes, if not more.
So
Curry,
the rest of the half.
I would think the rest of the half. Yeah, Curry, as you see Kent misplaced the ball. Kent and Curry are going to have to really work the offense here and try and get it down low. On the other side, you got King Davis getting fouled.
Looks like that one's going to be on Andre Siminoff, so that will be his first team foul. So that's his first.
8th for the team, and it sends Martin King Davis, the sophomore from Richmond, up to the line. And his first one will fall. Substitution will put Davon Usher back on in favor, or for Anderson, I should say, for the Blue Hens. King Davis with one more shot at the line.
So the new lineup in for the Dukes, it looks like Curry's going to be running point. He's the 1 guard. Kent will be the 2 guard. Nation's going to line up, I guess, as the shooting guard in the 3 spot, and then Siminoff will be 4, and Bessick will be 5.
Bessick now at the top of the key will pass it off. Now inside to Kent. Kent waits for Usher to pass. He misses his shot, but Bessick will make the second chance opportunity.
Great pump fake, had a wide open layup, too wide open, then he missed it. Just a little too many nerves, I believe.
Delaware misses a shot on the other end, and Curry now, he was on a fast break kind of deal, but then has to back off of it. Now we're trying to reset the offense. Bessick down low, he puts it in.
He got a friendly roll.
Bessick's got a 4-0 run in the last 30 seconds or so.
And that puts the Dukes ahead 36-26 as they go ahead by 10. And as you see Andre Nation walking off the court, raising his arms, the Dukes are getting on a roll. And see, this is the team that we've always thought JMU could be. They're getting everything going their way, and Andre Nation has really brought a lot to this team.
Well, and when you look down the list of games for JMU, you know, it's been a difficult run. You know, yeah, you don't have Andre Nation, but the 6-game losing streak where they couldn't buy a win during that point in time. You got to play Richmond, Detroit at home. You had the tournament, Sam Houston State, Stephen F. Austin. That was all part of the losses. A loss to a very good Milwaukee team as well. And then a loss to UNCG. But then that 3-game winning streak of Hampton, Ball State, and UNC Wilmington until he finally starts CAA play against Charleston. That's been the schedule so far, a tough schedule for the Dukes. But now into CAA play where they know the opponents, they've seen the opponents, and all of these guys have played against most of these opponents and most of these same guys, as example here with Delaware. Usher now wants a 3, and he's got it from the wing.
Good play by Delaware to come out of the timeout, get the open look for Usher, and Usher knocks it down.
Usher's 6th point of the game.
So Seminoff with 10 for the Dukes, and then Cook and Nation both have 9.
Foul going to be called. There's the hand check playing into appearance here this afternoon. 7th foul called against Delaware, so Seminoff will head to the line. Andre Seminoff is a 72% free throw shooter. He heads to the line for his 51st attempt of the season. Makes the first one. Seminoff, that's his first points in earlier in the game. He scored 10 real quick, and then all of a sudden was pretty quiet here for the last, I'd say about 15 minutes, really.
Yeah, he's cooled off for a little bit. Dukes 5 for 7 at the line. Make it 5 for 8.
Can't quite put the last one in, can Seminoff, so he'll still check in with the 11 points, and Delaware now going to come on the other side. Down by 8, 3. Works around top of the key going against Curry. Nation now working against Sadler, and foul going to be called against Nation. Nation going to get a little vocal about that.
That was a very close touch foul. It looked like he was playing good defense. He was certainly moving his feet more than his hands, but the referees and officials will call that otherwise. That will be his 2nd personal foul as well.
We'll have a 1-and-1 upcoming, as that's the 19th foul on JMU when we return to Matazone HD Sportsnet, presented by the JMU Alumni Association.
Jim and John are both covered by the nation's best networks. Jim uses Entelos Wireless. John does not. Jim saves money every month. John does not. And thanks to those savings, Jim has money left over for hula hoops, a little mood music, and access to the rooftop pool. John does not. Entelos Wireless. The difference is savings. Switch now and get unlimited data, text, and talk for just $79.99.
The Residence Inn by Marriott.
Well, do you love hearing about JMU? You should subscribe to the Madison Update, the e-newsletter of the JMU Alumni Association. Madison Update provides monthly news covering of events and programs on campus and features alumni and university success. Subscribe to Madison Update at jmu.edu/alumni. 37-29, JMU up over the Blue Hens, 3:42 to go in this first half. Pretty evenly spread out, Houston, amongst all players at this point. Nobody is standing out. It's more of a team standout, I think, for both teams.
Andre Seminoff, he is the only player for either team in double figures with 11. Then Cook and Nation both have 9, but both of those players are going to be on the bench with 2 fouls. Ron Curry has 2 points, Taylor Bessick has 4 points, and Jackson Kent has 2 for the Dukes. While on the Delaware side of things, leading the way, Devon Sadler has 6, Davon Usher has 6, Jarvis Threet has 4, but Kyle Anderson has 7. He's on the bench, no fouls. And King Davis has 4, and Carl Baptiste still on the bench with 2, and he doesn't have his shoe on, so he might be done for the rest of the game.
Sadler, 70% free throw shooter at the line for the 1-and-1. First one is in, so Sadler checks in now, his 7th point of the game. Nation, even though he has those 2 personal fouls, you see him there on the far side of the court, still on the playing court for JMU. Cook remains off of it.
That's just a lot of Matt Brady putting trust into the sophomore. So I guess you could say he's one of the leaders of the team in this very young ball club for JMU, but again, he's putting trust in the sophomore. He cannot pick up his 3rd in this first half.
First half remaining 3:28 and counting as JMU works it around. Now just a 6-point game in favor of the Dukes. Siminoff tries to bounce it down to Nation against Usher and Harris, and loose ball is collected by the Dukes, but Siminoff going to be called for the traveling violation as he worked the baseline, tried to put the reverse in, reverse layup.
Let's see how many steps he took. He took 2 steps, I know that.
Siminoff doesn't agree with it, you see there. The word no certainly implies that he was not happy with the decision. Anderson's got it for Delaware now. Top of the key, wanted the 3, but then covered up quickly by Nation and Bessick. Who will take the 3? It is Sadler. Sadler misses it. Loose ball, gathered up by Jackson Kent. And Kent gets into a skirmish with Anderson. Jump ball situation. Possession arrow is in favor of the Blue Hens of Delaware.
Smart play by Kyle Anderson. You see Jackson Kitty gets the rebound. He puts it down at his waist, whereas people like to, our coach likes to say, that's public property. You need to keep it up high where it's private.
You'll have to forgive me. It was actually in favor of the JMU Dukes. For some reason, I think Delaware gets to shoot anywhere they want on the floor.
And there he goes again, being very weak with the basketball, putting it where Delaware can get to it very easily.
Whistles, and we'll have a stoppage of play with 2:35. Monte Ross on the other side really wanted a foul or a jump ball situation when a skirmish happened right in front of him, but it stays with the Dukes. Nation will inbound. Bessick and around to Kent now. Kent with Anderson on it. Defense. Almost loses that pass, but gets it to Nation. Now Bessick down low. Gets the baseline. He's got one more. Basket's good.
Very weak foul. I believe it's going to go on number 11, Devon Pickard. There you see Bessick. Yeah, that's Pickard guarding him. And then very weak foul. If you're going to foul Bessick, you need to be a little bit stronger than that, because Bessick is going to the basket very strong himself.
Second foul against Pinkard. Coming back onto the floor is Jarvis Threet in favor of Pinkard, who will have a seat for the remainder of the half. Bessick's going to have one free throw, and Taylor Bessick, 59%, 19 of 32 this season. Doesn't get a whole lot of opportunities there, but he'll convert this one and make the most of it. He's got 7 points. 40-31, JMU leading Delaware. Up court comes Threet. Threet trying to work it inside. Instead, will back it out towards the corner where Sadler awaits. Back out to Threet. Threet stops, pump fakes at the free throw line. Sadler now looking to drive inside. Got some hands in his face, but Sadler able to make it anyway.
Very nice looking floater by Sadler. He was able to take Ron Curry to the basket and overcame the long help of Taylor Bessick.
On the other side, Kent, his will rim in and out. Recovered by Delaware and loses the ball, does Davon Usher. Stolen away by the Dukes. Kent now into the corner for 3, and he misses it, but it's knocked loose by Siminoff, but we'll have a whistle and a foul.
See who the foul's going to be on. It looks like it's going to be on number 11, Andre Siminoff. That'll be his second personal foul, and the Dukes have a lot of players with 2 fouls. Him, Nation, Cook, and Vodanovich.
That's the 10th team foul as well, so we'll shoot 2 at the opposite free throw line. And the foul was against Sadler. Sadler, the victim, I guess is a better way to phrase that. But so Devon Sadler at the line.
So every player for James Madison that has a foul has 2, minus Bessick and Delaware. They have 4 players with 2 fouls.
Sadler makes the first, and Martin King will return to the court in favor of Barnett Harris. Sadler to shoot one more, and he makes one more. He's got 12 now in the game.
So now he leads all scorers.
Vodanovich on the court for the Dukes as well. And Curry trying to work it around, gets it to Nation down low, working against Sadler. Nation tries to work into the paint. He'll put a shot up, he falls, but the basket will be good.
And we mentioned it earlier, Taylor. Andre Nation's so good at creating his own shot.
Certainly did it there as he falls as part of it. Swatting at the basketball was Bessick as the shot was put up by Threet, but the recovery by Curry. Curry, yep, he
shuffled his feet.
Yes, he did.
And there you see Andre Nation, though, back on that last defensive stance when he was playing defense. He kept his hands down by his side, did everything he could not to foul, and Delaware knew that. They were taking it right at him, but somehow he didn't foul. Great defense by Andre Nation, and somehow the JMU Dukes managed to get a rebound. We'll see if Delaware looks to go at Nation once again.
55 seconds remaining. Shot is going to be put up and missed, but gathered back up by Threet, and he'll now make his shot and get the foul as well.
And that will go against Nation. Watch Threet take a shot. You can't see from this angle, but Nation did not box out. Nation turned and watched the ball go off the back of the iron. Threet didn't. He was following his shot all the way, and that's what you always tell young basketball players, follow your shot.
They're actually going to charge that against Tom Vodanovich, so he's got 3 now. The and one shot is good. Semenoff will return, and Threet has got himself now 7 points on the afternoon.
So now Andre Semenoff has to be careful and not pick up his 3rd foul as well.
So I guess the broadcaster's jinx, when we came out of that timeout, we were talking about nobody's in foul trouble, and all of a sudden, got some fouls from especially the Dukes. That was the 11th team foul. Shots up by Semenoff, but missed. Gathered up by Threet.
A little rushed of a shot by Andre Semenoff. I'm not sure if the Dukes were trying to score quick so they could get a ball back, maybe a 2-for-1 situation, but now the shot clock and the game clock are pretty much in sync at 20 seconds.
Maybe a half-second difference between those two, maybe. But that shot clock is still on at this point, so Delaware likely holding for the final shot of the half, which could be a big one as we've narrowed the gap now to just 4 points.
And Nation can't guard.
Threet reverse layup is good. Well,
and the Dukes are actually, they're going to that locker room.
Everybody was heading to the locker room because the horn sounded. The horn was for the shot clock. We still have 0.1 seconds left on the game clock. And now this is going to be quite a situation to try and figure out, I think, for the referees. Well, now everybody heads to the locker room.
But I think they should go look at the monitor on it.
Well, take a look. You'll be able to hopefully see everything. The shot clock is running down, and the horn now sounds from the shot clock. You see the 0, but then the clock stopped. The game clock did, and you don't see the red lights ever light up, meaning the end of the half.
And because that shot got off before the end of the shot clock, and it was a made basket, the clock doesn't stop. So therefore, that point went.
And I think that was where the confusion ended up occurring. But at the half, it is 42-40. JMU leads. The gap has been narrowed by Delaware. At one point, it was a 10-point game. But we head to the locker rooms with a 2-point game. So far, Houston, I think the up-tempo atmosphere has won out over a low-key affair that JMU typically likes.
Certainly been an up-tempo offense, and the Dukes hold the 42-40 lead. And before the game, we were talking, going back against other scores we saw, and we said at one point it was going to be a 35-40 game while I wasn't paying attention. I don't think we got that. Now we got to hope for a 50-55 game to keep track with all the other CAA scores that are going in at 5 points. And We said it'd be under, but so far the up-tempo's won, and it's been very well played for both teams.
Indeed it has. 42-40, we head to the locker room here on Matazone HD Sportsnet, presented by the JMU Alumni Association. Houston and I are going to take a break, but first we'll let you listen to a couple messages. We'll come back and rehash some of the first half highlights as well as some statistics coming up here towards the end of halftime. So enjoy your halftime break, everyone. We'll be right back on the JMU Matazone HD Sportsnet, presented by the JMU Alumni Association.
The Residence Inn by Marriott provides guests with plenty of room. Room to recharge. Room to prepare. Room to relax. Stay one night or as long as you like. The Residence Inn by Marriott provides each guest with amenities tailored to their individual needs. Spacious suites with all the comforts of home, because it's not just a room, it's a residence.
Well, we welcome you back to the Convocation Center, the campus of James Madison University in Harrisonburg, Virginia. It is a 2-point ball game at the half, 42-40 the Dukes lead, after they had at one point been leading by at least 10. And just a fast-paced offense kind of game to excite the crowd here. Let's take a look at some of the first half statistics, Houston.
Yeah, the largest lead for JMU was by 10 with 4:35 remaining, and Delaware's largest lead was by 5 with 14:40 remaining. But the Dukes went scoreless the last minute and 23 of the half, and Delaware, again, they were able to get that within 2 because their last basket, again, came at the buzzer. But leading the way for the JMU Dukes, Andre Nation, Andre Simonov. Simonov has 11 points. Nation has 11. 4 boards for Simonov, as well as 3 boards for Andre Nation. Charles Cook is also having a great game offensively. He has 9 points to go along with 4 rebounds. Taylor Bessick has 7 with 8 rebounds. So he's playing pretty well, looking forward to the double-double. And then Ryan Curry has 2, as well as Jackson Kent. Tom Vodanovich and Yohani Dallenberg have also played for the Dukes, but neither has scored. Vodanovich has 2 rebounds, has been in foul trouble most of the half, and Dallenberg has 1. In the first half, the Dukes shot 17 of 35 for 48.6%. Behind the arc, they limited their opportunities. They only shot the ball 9 times and made 2 of them for 22.2%, and at the foul line, a 66.7%, going 6 for 9. For Delaware, leading the way was Devon Saller. Came in off the bench. He's put in 15 minutes, has 12 points, 1 rebound, and 1 turnover and no assist. Jarvis Threed has 9 points, 2 rebounds. Davon Usher, he has 6 points, 2 rebounds. Marvin King Davis has 4 points, 3 rebounds. Kyle Anderson, he has 7 points, 2 boards. And Carl Baptiste has 2 points and 3 rebounds. Barnett Harris, Devon Pickard, Maurice Jeffers, and Dylan Miller have all played for Delaware, but the 4 of those, neither of them has points. In the first half, Delaware Blue Hens shot 12 of 35 for 34.3%, so just under the Dukes, 14% below. 5 for 11 behind the arc, so that's what's keeping them in the ball game, shooting 45.5%, and at the foul line, 11 of 14 for 78.6%, so not missing very many opportunities at the charity stripe. Points in the paint, JMU with the big advantage, 24-10. Points off turnovers, Delaware 3, JMU only 2. Second chance, both teams have 6. Fast break, JMU surprisingly has the advantage there, but it's only by a basket, 2-0. And the Delaware bench, 12 points, all from Devon Saller, while the JMU bench only has 2, and that goes to Jackson Kent. Again, score has been tied 4 times, and the lead has changed hands 5 times in the first half. And the out-of-town scoreboard, Drexel Dragons beat the Northeastern Huskies 93-80, and that's after 2 overtimes. Again, Townsend beat UNC Wilmington earlier 60-53, and the Charleston Cougars have the advantage over the Hofstra Pride 36-24 with 2:27 remaining in the first half in Hofstra.
Big day of CAA action. We thank you for spending it here with us on Madison HD Sportsnet, presented by the JMU Alumni Association. Again, we have a couple finals that would change these standings, I should say. But there you see what the first day of CAA action looked like, with William & Mary, College of Charleston, Delaware, and Northeastern all getting a win. JMU played an earlier CAA game and was able to get, now is at that 1-1 record. And then Towson getting their first game of action in today. So lots of CAA action, as will the rest of the season be. Northeastern comes to town on Wednesday, and then JMU goes on the road to play William & Mary next Saturday. And then a week from next Saturday, Charleston will come back in to see if the Dukes can fare any better here at the Convocation Center against their newest CAA opponents.
And again, this Delaware team that JMU is facing off in the preseason poll, picked to finish 4th behind Townsend, who was picked as the champion. And again, they got a win today, so they're 2-0 in the conference. Or excuse me, 1-0 for Townsend. They had a late start. Drexel they took the win as well, and they were picked to finish second. College of Charleston, they're ahead of Hofstra. They were picked to finish third. Weber Mary, Northeastern, James Madison, UNC Wilmington, who falls to 0-3 after the loss today, and Hofstra, who is trailing to Charleston as we speak, picked to finish last.
Well, you know how much things can change when you get into CAA play. It's just, you know, I would not count this JMU team out, even though they have 10 losses.
Nobody ever expected that from the JMU team. They didn't know what to expect from any of the freshmen coming in, and so far we've seen it in spurts. We've seen Lukic come in and play well. We've seen Vodanovich play well. We've seen Jackson Kent play very well at times, especially being a young guard. But now with Nation back, it kind of takes the minutes and pressure off those guys a little bit, and you can start 5 returners in the lineup rather than having to start 4 returners and 1 freshman.
Cook misses it on this end, and Delaware's got it now on their end. Sadler trying to drive inside. He will. Nation will get the rebound from the miss. And in transition, Nation will then slow it down. Siminoff wants a 3. He's going to have it rim out. Remember, this is the unfriendly rim on this side, so hopefully the Dukes have adjusted for it. Delaware seemed to miss a lot of shots early on.
Andre Siminoff loves that quick release 3. As Matt Brady says, one of the best pick and pop guys in college basketball. Wasn't a pick and pop, but it was a very quick release shot.
Threet missed it, worked it back around, and now Sadler has got himself a basket and a foul.
Did a good job using the shoulder to create some room for himself, draw the contact, and then make the shot makeable, which of course he did. So trying for the old-fashioned three-point play, Devon Sadler will step to the foul line.
First team foul, and first foul overall for Ron Curry. Missed the extra shot opportunity there.
He was 5 for 5 at the foul line before that attempt, so now he's 5 for 6, and that will be only the 4th miss at the charity stripe for Delaware.
Cook wants a long 3, and he's got it.
Got the ball screen from Andre Simonov that cleared him up just enough room to get the shot off, and of course he drained it. Charles Cook from outside.
Way outside at the top of the key.
He's came a long way since he got here his freshman year as a Duke. Started out last season a little slow, but once he kind of hurt that wrist, he came back and he shot the ball so well with that cast on, and since he's just kind of taken off, and then the NCAA tournament was the Charles Cook Andre Nation show.
Davon Usher makes it down from the corner. It's a 3-point shot. He's got 9 points. And we have a tie ball game at 45 with 17:50 to play in the second. Yeah, Cook, in the absence of Nation, really stepped in. And even with Andre Nation back on the court, he scored 21 points against College Charleston back on Wednesday. Bessick will lose the ball.
Bessick demanding the ball on the post. He was going to try and back it down. Oh, Marvin King Davis.
And the foul will be called against King Davis, so JMU will keep it, and to inbound will be Nation.
And that's a matchup that Bessick likes. He's got 2 inches and 10 pounds on King Davis, so we'll see if they keep King Davis on Bessick.
Such a tall team this Dukes team is, really, when you look at it compared to the rest of the conference, the rest of the NCAA, really.
You look at the tallest players in the lineup for Delaware, 6'9", Barnett Harris, and he looked like a John out there. And Carl Baptiste, he's also 6'9", but JMU, it's not that they have a 7-footer or 7'1" guy, it's just they got a lot of guys that are at that 6'8", 6'7" range.
Missed shot on this end by Cook, and Sadler will finish it off.
A lot of contact, but nothing caught in the lane.
Sadler bumps it back out to 3, top of the key, and 3 going to give it back out to Sadler. You mentioned Carl Baptiste. We haven't seen him since his injury somewhere around, what was that? Probably, that was 14, 13 minutes to go. As that shot is missed, bounced around and recovered. Shot, alley-oop.
Big slam by Andre Nation.
That has been what is missing thus far from the crowd in the Convocation Center, and we're going to get a timeout because I think the referee thinks
the rim is bent.
The rim has been bent.
The rim is not level.
Oh my goodness. Watch this. Oh, look at that. Incredible by Andre Nation. He bent the rim.
They might have to get a level out here to make sure it stays level, but oh, and Reed's going to push it back in there. You see the dunk there by Andre Nation, and that's what has been missing from this Dukes lineup. You can see got the big grin on his face. You can see it from the top row up here. But they're missing that swagger. They haven't had anybody that can really get everybody pumped up when they do something big, and Andre Nation is that guy. He really gets this place rocking. Last year was A.J. Davis, but I believe the shoe's been passed down to Andre Nation.
Inside goes Usher, has to back it back out, and nobody's touched it, I don't believe. It's going to be a back court.
So the Dukes are going to inbound the ball right there in front of their bench.
I'm not really sure, why he tried to touch it, although if he had let it go, it wouldn't have mattered either. You're still getting the ball in the same place, but nonetheless, it's going to be Duke's ball there.
Well, I believe right here it's a little bit tougher for the Dukes to get open look, inbounding it from their bench rather than on the baseline, where you have a little bit more room to work with.
Curry's going to inbound it. He'll get it to Cook. Cook trying to work it around. He's in the wing, kicks it out now towards the top of the key, and Seminoff. Back around to Curry, who came across the baseline. Nation down low. He's going to be fouled by Sadler as he tried to put it up. So Andre Nation.
Good job by Nation. Was able to back him down, as you see here in the replay, but he used the shot fake. He knew Sadler was going to jump because he's got the height advantage. Sadler's trying to go for the block shot and play it tough. Nation knew that. Got him in the air, jumped into him, drew the easy contact, and hopefully we'll go to the line to make 2 easy foul shots, but he's going to miss the front one off the front of the iron.
1 for 4 today, and so far this season in the 2 games he's played 1 for 7.
So it's not a free throw percentage you want to see.
Second one goes in, though, for Andre Nation. It is his 14th point of the game. Ties his counterpart, Devon Sadler, on the Blue Hens side with 14 apiece. Leading scorers for either team at this point, but this one now stolen away by Nation. Nation on the fast break. Nation lays it in. It's good.
And there we are. You got to use your defense to create transition. Use the length the Dukes have. Get those hands in the passing lane. Andre Nation certainly read the scouting report on Delaware.
Nation now working against Sadler, and this is going to be that hand check foul. Nation knew it coming up. He's pointing to himself. That is his 3rd foul, so as quickly as the excitement comes, it kind of lets a little bit of air out when Nation commits that foul. It's only the 2nd team foul, and with that we come to our first break, and we will take a break here on the JMU Matazone HD Sportsnet, presented by the JMU Alumni Association.
Instead of asking yourself, where did those 4 years go? Think about where the next 40 will take you. Be involved at Madison. Dukes from day one, alumni for life.
Well, JMU alumni make a difference in their communities every day, and the JMU Alumni Association presents annual awards to honor Dukes for their contribution to the university and society. You can learn more about these JMU Alumni Awards and nominate an alum today at jmu.edu/alumni/awards. And also, Dukes fans, make sure you keep up to date with your information on news, events, discounts, and services offered by JMU and the JMU Alumni Association. Get that information, you can go to jmu.edu/myinfo. 50-45. Did you notice that score there, Houston?
We were right. We knew it was going to happen at some point.
15:47 to go in the second, and goes along with some other 5-point games happening around the CAA from earlier today. Obviously, they're not 5-point games anymore, but so far also Sadler and Nation leading. Actually, at this point, it's only Nation leading scores now. 16 points for him, and Sadler close behind at 14, as Delaware has possession of the basketball on the other side of the court. Inbound comes from Threet to Usher, and then a handoff happens. For Threet, works the top of the key. Usher trying to work against Siminoff now down low, and upstairs for the layup goes Usher. His 11th of the ball game. And we were talking about kind of the height advantages this JMU Dukes team has, and what an interesting aspect it is as Kent now tries to go for three. He'll miss it. It's pulled down by Sadler. You know, what kind of advantage does that have? Sadler on the other end will miss it, and it'll be out of bounds. Houston, what kind of advantages, besides the obvious, does that give a team to be taller than most of the other teams it's going to end up playing, even if they're so young like the Dukes?
Even if they're young, you still have those tall bodies, and kind of goes along with Syracuse. Obviously, we're not a Syracuse team, but that 3-2 zone, it allows the Dukes to run that because they have that length. They can get those hands up, create the tough passing lanes for teams, and really keep them outside.
Dukes working around now. Kent's got it.
And even a better part about that is all the height that Dukes have, it's tall, long guards. It's combo players that can play a forward and guard spot. They're not just tall guys that like to post up. They can post up, and they get that height advantage when you have a guard guarding them. And that's what we've seen a lot of tonight. We've seen a lot of Andre Nation backing it down because he's got Devon Sadler, the shooting guard for Delaware, guarding him.
Speaking of Sadler there, he tried to put back after the three there by Usher. And he is going to be fouled. That one charged against Curry. So Curry's second foul. And to the line goes Sadler and his 14 points.
But again, back to the length, though. That's what Coach Brady's looking for. He's really trying to go after these combo players that are tall and got a lot of length to them, can shoot the ball outside, but can also back it down in the post when they need to. The type of Andre Siminoff type guys, Andre Nation, Charles Cook, and that's what we got in this freshman class. You look at Jackson Kent, that's what he is.
Sadler makes both. Now 16 points for Devon Sadler. From the line, he's 7 of 8. Curry's got it now, gets it off to Siminoff. Siminoff has to go inside to Cook, working against two big guys for Delaware. Out to Bessick. Bessick with the fadeaway, missed it, but a rebound in by Usher, and it'll give it back to the Delaware offense. 1 point advantage for the Dukes, and Threet gonna bounce it off of the backboard, and foul called as Threet went back up for the shot.
It's going to be a foul on Delaware's Marvin King Davis. Got a push in the back on Bessick while he was trying to get the rebound, I do believe.
Johanny Dallenberg will return to the court. Jackson Kent is still on the court. I didn't see who went off for the Dukes, but for Delaware coming on is Devon Pinkard in favor of King Davis, who now has 3 fouls. And it was Nation. I couldn't see his number, but Nation went off in favor of Dallenberg to come on.
Carl Baptista as I look at the Delaware Blue Hen bench. He's still sitting at the end, but does have his shoes and socks on in case he does need to go in. As that ball, again, I don't know what it is about that rim, just a little unfriendly. Can't get a roll.
Cook was shooting that one, but foul going to be charged right away to Johanny Dallenberg as soon as he comes in. It's his second already. And Dallenberg, that's not a good way to impress Coach Matt Brady. About less than 45 seconds real time from when you came in.
Yeah, not even basketball time where it's slowed down a little bit.
Usher's going to shoot a three after faking out Siminoff, and Usher has got the three.
And he had Siminoff in his face. And Siminoff just a little bit bigger than Usher as well. Got an inch on him and they're both about 200 pounds.
Kent trying to drive inside. He'll have to back it back out, working against Anderson on some good defense there by the Blue Hen. Dallenberg to Curry, wants a three, and Curry converts the three.
Curry was calling for it. Dallenberg was drawing the defense, and Delaware is putting a lot more pressure on the Dukes now, and that's what allowed Curry to open up for the three.
Threet now wants a shot. He doesn't have it. Kent loses possession of the basketball as he's working out of bounds. I didn't see who they gave it back to, but Delaware's,
they gave it to Delaware.
I was going to say, it's reacting like they gave it back to Delaware.
And Curry, he just walked up to the freshman Kent and was like, look, in that situation, you were surrounded by 3 blue jerseys. Slow it down, let them get down the court, and you walk it up the floor. We can run a half-court offense. We've seen the Dukes run it a couple of times already, especially when they like to use the isolation.
Usher going to get fouled by Nation.
It was, I believe he got him with the body before the shot, but certainly the shot was all ball. And Nation not happy with the call. Let's see if we can get it here on this HD replay.
For so many reasons. That's Nation's 4th foul. Yeah, he got a lot of ball there.
Got a lot of ball, but the body before that.
Yeah. So Davon Usher to the line now.
And that is a key foul for the JMU Dukes.
It's going to tie the ball game, and it's going to send Andre Nation to the bench for a fair amount of time, I would think, with 12:44 to go. And again, the free throw just tied the ball game. That is Nation's 4th foul of the game. Second shot is missed, but Cook is able to wrangle it in. So we are tied at 53. Usher has got now 15 points on the evening. Cook going to put it up. Rim, again unfriendly, and it'll bounce out.
The best part, though, about having the suspension to Andre Nation is that ball is taken to the basket easily by 3, coast to coast, as he does a lot of. But now that they have Nation out on the bench, these guys have played with that like that all season long. It's not just for a couple of minutes at a time. They've done it all season, so it's nothing new to this ball club, and they should be able to handle the pressure just fine.
The pressure here, though, of course, is the slight run here by Delaware as they take the lead 55-53. Dallenberg goes low. He gets it blocked out of his hands by Devon Pinkard, and Threet will collect it. Now Sadler working around with Cook, and Sadler will put it in, and that will get a timeout. Matt Brady on the sideline trying to convince the referees there was a walk on that play, but the timeout will be taken by the Dukes, I'm sure, to try and work around this run, which over the last couple minutes has been 6-0 in favor of Delaware.
And it's just been a lot of driving to the basket. They've been beating the man-to-man, just driving right to the hole. A lot of penetration by Delaware. We've seen a lot more of that here in the second half, and it's been positive for the Blue Hens. But Holly Dallenberg, you got to go back to when he was trying to drive to the basket. That's something the Dukes need a lot of, but I hate to see the ball go out of his hands like that. As an analyst, I'd say that, or even a coach, if I'm Matt Brady, I want to see him make a shot. The kid needs some confidence.
Yeah.
You can just look at his body language, and it looks like he's lacking a little bit of that right now. He was picked to be a very good freshman in the CAA. College Sports Madness named him the CAA preseason Rookie of the Year, but College of Charleston has a rookie taking care of things on his own. And for Dallenberg, he's just got to settle down, and once he finds his shape, he's got a lot of upside to him, and that's what Coach Brady says he likes to recruit. You don't have to go out and recruit the best players, but you recruit players that you can work with and turn into the best players, because obviously it's tough to bring in the big-name recruits that you can, if you're at a big-name program like Duke or North Carolina. You got to get coachable kids, and that's something that he sees a lot of in Johan Dallenberg, that he is a coachable player.
And I mean, if you're talking about freshman players making an impact, Dallenberg just has not made as much of an impact as Jackson Kent has. You know, Kent has really picked up some of the slack left by Nation's absence, being able to run the offense in times, and he's averaging, the 8.1 points per game, which is significantly more than the 1.1 points per game for Yohani Dallenberg. So at this point in time, I would think that Kent would be, if we were giving accolades, freshman of the year for this team. But that hopes to change here, that we can get, Dallenberg more involved in the offense. Like you said, just, make a shot.
If he can get on a little run like Cook did last year towards the end of the season, where when Cook came back from that wrist injury, when he had that cast on, I don't know how, but he shot the ball better. So if Dallenberg can get in a similar situation and just get somewhere where they set him up for success, they get him some open looks in the paint, let him back it down a couple times, get a few lay-ins, his confidence will skyrocket, and he will be a great player for the Dukes and possibly a game changer late in the season.
I wonder if it's a thing with JMU Dukes players where they have a accessory that helps them. Toya Jiggets of the women's team has that mask, seemed to help her when she came in. And then the cast, we got to find an accessory for Johanny Dallenberg as we get a foul on this end of the court.
They're all related to medical issues, so let's hope we don't have that type of accessory related to Johanny Dallenberg. But yes, Jiggets, when she has that mask on, it's like she's like Batman out there or something, Superman. Nobody knows her identity, and she just goes off.
11-23. JMU has not scored here of late. We're taking a break and be right back here on Matazone HD Sportsnet, presented by the JMU Alumni Association.
Jim and John are both covered by the nation's best networks. Jim uses Entelos Wireless. John does not. Jim saves money every month. John does not. And thanks to those savings, Jim has money left over for hula hoops, a little mood music, and access to the rooftop pool. John does not. Entelos Wireless. The difference in savings. Switch now and get unlimited data, text, and talk for just $79.
Well, welcome back to the Convocation Center here on Matazone HD Sportsnet, presented by the JMU Alumni Association. And on a 7-0 run right now are the Delaware Blue Hens. That since about 14-20 or so. Now at this point, not only does Johanny Dallenberg needs to get a shot in, but the whole JMU offense needs to put a shot in somewhere.
And I'm sure that's what Coach Brady is drawing up right now on the whiteboard over there. Some type of play to get maybe Andre Semenov an open look, because he's been playing very well. He's got the hot hand behind the arc. He's 2 for 4. Ryan Curry's 1 for 3. Charles Cook's 1 for 4. Andre Nation is 0 for 1, and Jackson Kent also 0 for. He's 0 for 2. Together as a team, 4 of 14 for the game for 28.6%. So up a little bit from the normal 26, but still not where you want it when you look at Delaware from behind the arc. 7 of 15 for 46.7%. And the trifecta, it's the difference today, Taylor.
A 69% free throw shooter, Curry at the line. He'll miss the first one.
And while we're talking about game changers, that's the foul line for the Dukes. It's certainly been a problem all season long. 63.6% today. 7 for 11. Make that, that drop to 8 of 13 now. So 61.5%.
On the other side, Threet will work it around to Usher. 11-10 to play in the second half. A 3-point lead for the Blue Hens of Delaware. Out to Pinkard. Pinkard goes back inside, loose basketball, and there's going to be a struggle for it, and I believe it's going to stay with Delaware.
Will stay there, but good hustle play by the Dukes. That's always a positive. Seeing them come out of the timeouts. You see Ron Curry at least put 1 point on the board, cut the deficit to 3, and then a good hustle play on defense.
To the corner, Usher for 3. It'll rim in and out, and recovered down by Tom Vodanovich. Remember, Andre Nation not in the lineup. He's got 4 fouls. Probably won't see him until maybe that 4-minute mark.
Yeah, I would say he'd probably come in last 5 minutes or so. And another foul. He's going to be on the floor.
Going to be charged against Delaware's Pinkard, and that is his 4th foul, so Pinkard in trouble as well. Pinkard not making a lot of noise other than in the foul category. No points in his minutes in. He's only got
1 rebound.
Not a lot of noise overall. Curry looking to drive into the paint. Will kick it out to Semenov for 3. Semenov bounced in and out. He'll try and knock his own rebound away, but he knocked it into the hands of Threet instead. Threet now kicks it out to Usher. Usher in that corner. He's hot from there, but he won't make that one. Vodanovich will recover it.
And it seems like JMU's defense is just forgetting about Usher. He slides into that corner somehow in the middle of nowhere, and he's getting wide open 3-point attempts as Ryan Curry gets that open floater in the lane. So now the deficit down to 1.
10-10 to go. Now Threet wants a 3, and they'll miss it. It's in the air and pulled down. A foul pending, however. It's going to, the victim is going to be Cook. Foul charged against Marvin King Davis. It is his 4th.
So now the foul trouble is in blue as well.
Well, and that is the 6th team foul on Delaware. There's only 5 on JMU. King Davis will head to the bench, and on for the first time this afternoon, Maurice Jeffers, redshirt freshman from Washington, D.C., 6'9", so he matches up height-wise a little better with the Dukes. 0.3 points per game, however, does Jeffers have. Simonoff now down to Vodanovic, who loses out of bounds, but it was knocked away by Usher. And I wonder now, King Davis had to pick up a little bit of slack from Carl Baptiste having been injured. Baptiste, again, as you mentioned, Houston, he's got his shoes and socks back on, which he didn't in that first half. I see his ankle wrapped up and taped up over there, but whether he comes back in, we will not know until he does it. I did not see him walk on it either, so I don't know how bad he's limping. I didn't see him come down from the locker room. Meanwhile, on the court, we've got the foul. Take a look on the HD replay. Going to be charged there against Jeffers, and to the line, Ron Curry.
And again, he misses it short. This is when you're tired right now. You have to dig deep. Get a little bit more bend in your knees. Be strong in your legs to get it over the front of the iron, and he makes it.
So Curry with a quiet 9 points, but he'll check in with that amount with 9:39 to play. Threet working against Simonoff now.
Trying to get that ball screen for the open 3 up top. Simonoff was able to fight over it, and the Dukes, they're going zone now. Looks like 2-3.
Threet tries to penetrate the zone. He'll put the reverse layup over the rim, and Simonoff got it, but then on the other end, Cook bounces around and bounces Threet down. Now Curry in the corner for 3, bounces out, pulled down by Threet. Threet working to the other side of the court now. Anderson wanted a long 3, but in his face was Cook. And foul called. This one's going to go against Tom Vodanovic down low.
Tough foul on the New Zealander.
And that is his 4th foul. Vodanovic foul trouble as well. That's the team's 6th.
And he was not happy about the call, which I don't blame him. Looked like I couldn't see who had the ball when they were driving, but when they did drive, they got their hand on the back side of Vodanovic, and technically that could have been a foul as well.
Anderson wants a 3, can't get it. Rebound grabbed in by Jarvis Threet.
So Dukes are going to go long here with the zone.
Threet wants to drive, penetrates the zone, reverse layup, no good. Loose basketball, but foul called going against Bessick, and that will be some shots on the other end, at least 1.
So Bessick will go to the line for 1 and 1. And this is very big 1 and 1 because you look at JMU's foul shooting troubles, a lot of those are front ends of 1 and 1s. So that denies a lot of opportunities, obviously, to get that second foul shot.
Bessick, a 59% free throw shooter. That is just Jarvis Threet's 1st foul of the game. Bessick misses the first of the 1 and 1, exactly as Houston just described. So again, you lose that chance for any other second half of the 1 and 1 there.
Intensity really starting to pick up here, though. Just in the play, getting a lot more physical on both ends.
Sadler's shot, he actually ran into Simonoff and bounced back out. Simonoff fell down, took the shot, and it was missed. Then we have a whistle.
It's going to be out of bounds.
And it will stay with the Blue Hens. Threet to inbound. I believe it came off of Bessick's fingers there down low.
Good. Yep, good eyes.
Driving down is Usher, missed it, but fast break on the other end. Just Anderson to worry about, but too hard on Cook on the layup opportunity. Rebound does go to the Dukes, though. Simonoff puts it up, and Simonoff will miss it, but then Cook is too injured. They'll stop play.
And he's holding his ankle. That's not good for the Dukes. You have Andre Nation, who's in foul trouble, and he's going to be out at least another 3 minutes. And now Cook, he's shaking up on the baseline, and no fouls are called. Very physical, and there you see he turned it, and he just kind of lost his balance, threw the ball up. Nothing there. I'm really surprised.
So no foul called. Simonoff took the, you saw on the tail end of that, Simonoff, and you'll be maybe able to see it better here.
Yeah, we're going to slow it down. Watch right there. Up right there.
Yeah.
You saw
he
it
still
turn.
gets the shot up, but obviously with the injury, that's too much. Continuing the play was Simonoff, and that was when we called the time at that
Coming
situation.
at us right in this next step. Boom.
So Cook still down on the floor being helped up by JMU Athletics.
He did a good job just getting the ball up to the rim.
Absolutely.
And making a shot out of it before he caused the turnover for the Dukes.
Well, and Andre Nation at this point, you don't have a lot of other choices on who to put in, and Andre Nation is the selection for Coach Matt Brady.
And this is when Delaware is going to attack right at Andre Nation. He's got to play smart and not foul.
Tie ball game, inbound coming. Bessick's got it, now around Vodanovich. Vodanovich, he's still in with his 4 fouls as well. Curry looking for somewhere to go with the basketball. Can't find anybody working against 3. Bessick down low. Bessick tries to drive the baseline. There will be a foul. And with that being the 9th foul against Delaware, we'll go to the line for a 1-on-1. Bessick will have a chance as well to better his 1-for-2 day at the line when we come back, as we are under 8 minutes on the Matazone HD Sportsnet presented by the JMU Alumni Association. Back in a moment.
The Residence Inn by Marriott provides guests with plenty of room. Room to recharge. Room to prepare. Room to relax. Stay one night or as long as you like. The Residence Inn by Marriott provides each guest with amenities tailored to their individual needs. Spacious suites with all the comforts of home, because it's not just a room, it's a residence.
Hello, JMU Sports Nation. This is your new football coach, Everett Withers. Looking forward to seeing you guys next fall in Bridgeforth Stadium, supporting the JMU football team. Go Dukes.
Well, we welcome you back to the Convocation Center in Harrisonburg, Virginia. Tie ball game, 57-all, with under 8 minutes to play. And obviously the most recent development could be a very serious one for the JMU Dukes. Charles Cook being looked at currently by the staff, the medical athletic training staff, and he turned that ankle we saw. Kind of the same injury that I think Carl Baptiste had earlier on. Baptiste also out still for Delaware. Haven't seen him back yet. Cook, they're going to get to walk on it. Meanwhile, Andre Nation is going to take the place of Cook, even though he's got the 4 fouls.
But we can see we can see Cook on the sideline up and bouncing around. Looks like he might be all right to return. I don't think a turned ankle is going to really slow him down much. He's going to tighten up the shoestrings a little bit tighter, maybe get some tape on that ankle, get back out there for the Dukes.
I wish I had been able to see how Baptiste was walking on that ankle, because, you know, he appears better than he did originally, but is still not come into play. And he's 10.3 points per game. He's a huge contributor, 72% free throw shooter. Very, very big competitor here for the Blue Hens. Bessick makes the first one there. So you get an opportunity at the other end of the 1-and-1. The next foul will send the Dukes for 2. That perhaps is good news.
You can see in that shot, the empty seat right there beside Greg Warner, strength and conditioning coach, is vacant now, and Cook is back in the actual normal rotation of things on the bench. So it looks like he's good to go back in whenever he's ready.
Working it around is Delaware now. JMU with the 2-point lead, 59-57, after Bessick checked in with his 9th point of the game. Shot missed, pulled down by Vodanovich. Cross court now to Curry by Nation.
So in the lineup for the Dukes, Curry, Semenov, Vodanovich, Nation, and Bessick. Vodanovich and Nation both with 4. Curry, Semenov with 2, and Bessick with 1.
Curry now with it, working against 3. Inside to Nation. Nation looking to go inside the paint, but instead will kick it out to Curry. Now Nation, turn around, he'll put it up, and he's fouled. Basket counts.
Good play by Andre Nation. He didn't like how Sadler was lined up on his back originally. Kicked it back out to Curry. There you see. Then he gets a better position. Sadler was not ready for the ball to come back to Nation that quick, and Nation exploited the combo and went right to the basket.
So Nation goes to the line for one more. After the basket counts, it's now 61-57. Nation wants to extend the lead, and he can't do it. Off the front of the rim, Bessick almost had the rebound, but instead it ends up in the hands of the return to the floor now, Marvin King Davis. He's got his 4 fouls. Nation 18 points on the afternoon for JMU. Sadler working it around outside. He'll put it in for 3, and Monte Ball wants a timeout.
Monte Ross.
Why did I say Ball? That's the running back for
the Denver Broncos.
That is. Who are they playing today, or are they playing tomorrow?
I believe they play tomorrow, but he's the backup for Mr. Noshan Moreno. Monte Ball was a good running back for Nebraska, I believe it is. Nebraska, Wisconsin, one of those red and white schools in the Big Ten.
Still have football on my mind. Sorry about that. It is. Monte Ross takes the timeout, quick 30-second timeout, as it's a 1-point game now. Delaware down by just 1, 61-60.
And before that 3, Delaware hadn't scored a field goal since 11:53 remaining in the game. So the Dukes defense had certainly stepped up, and they went on a run of their own.
Great news for JMU Dukes fans. Charles Cook returns to the lineup. Nation's going to take a seat to preserve that foul trouble. There is Monte Ross. With a win here today would be win number 100.
And he's tied for 3rd on the head coach win list with Mike Bray at the University of Delaware. Graduated from Winston-Salem State University Division II program, where he played basketball.
Now Cook trying to drive inside. Going to work back instead, then work back into the paint. Missed his own shot, got his own rebound, puts it in for 2. And that's the way to come back into the lineup with some noise. 14 points for Charles Cook.
And I think that ankle is doing just fine.
Inside to a wide open King Davis, who will dunk it down.
So, and if you're the Dukes here, you want to slow it down and run your offense, as Curry's going to do. He's going to pull it out.
Well, how interesting was it that how high tempo we were in the second half? Switched completely for the second half. Each team scoring just around 20 points 20 points or so from their halftime score, which was 42-40. That one in by Bessick. Taylor Bessick's got himself 11 points.
So the Dukes have put 23 points in this half, while Delaware's put in 22.
Down low is Sadler, and he will get another 2 points.
Good move.
23 on the afternoon for Devon Sadler. And, you know, Jarvis 3, it's not that he's having a bad afternoon, but he's having an unlike him afternoon with 9 points this afternoon. With, of course, his average being 18. Foul going to be called on the Dukes.
Well, Davon Usher, he's been the big man on campus recently for Delaware. He's chipped in 19 points in that win against Hofstra, and he's reached double figures in each of the last 5 games, averaging 17.2 points during that stretch. And now you add another 17-point night and another double figure, so now make that the last 6 games, and that average is going to stay right there at 17.2 unless he adds more here.
After a brief absence, Andre Nation returns to the court in favor of Tom Bonanovich, who will head to the bench. And just as you said, Houston, probably the last 5 minutes, we were going to see Andre Nation come into the lineup more full time. Foul going to be called. It is the 8th foul now on the Dukes. It's called against Andre Semenoff, his 3rd. To the line goes Davon Usher, 72% free throw shooter. Usher has really kind of stepped in, I think, instead of, well, he's got his average, but shot is up, and that one is good. Not that taking away from Usher and himself, but I think to a certain extent he's kind of stepped into the role that Threet would normally play for this Delaware team.
I'm not sure which stat line is correct. You look at the scoreboard in-house, Convocation Center, they say Usher now has 17, while our stat monitor is saying Usher has 19, and they have Threet with 11 on the scoreboard here, but on our stat monitor they have Threet with 9.
Stolen away on the JMU side of the court. Usher's got it now. Shot is up and missed. Nation goes airborne to pull it down.
Big rebound in, and he's got to stay in for the Dukes for the final 4.5 minutes.
Cook tried a 3 over the other end. Anderson will pull it down.
And now Sadler looks like he's going to slow it down a little bit for Delaware with their 1-point lead and 4 minutes remaining in the ball game.
Both teams, when they have their respective leads, I'm sure going to try and take the air out of the basketball. Sadler working it around to Threet now. Puts the shot up to King Davis. Bessick got the rebound.
Cook is out and running.
Cook puts the shot up, missed it. King Davis rebound. Cook fell down again, but gets back up. Usher now wants a 3-point shot. He's got it.
And that might just about take the air out of this building. Fans are unhappy. And that's going to call Matt Brady to get a timeout.
So Brady takes the team timeout.
Quick up and back, and there you see Sadler just working his magic, getting to the basket. Here you see Delaware running the floor again. And then Usher for 3.
So Usher, 5 of 10 from beyond the arc, 7 of 15 overall in field goals, plus another 3 points at the line. And 3, going off of what we are seeing on our stat sheets, 3 of 17 from the field with 9 points. So I would certainly call that a quiet day for Jarvis Threet. Regardless, again, we're having a little differences between our stat sheets and the in-house scorekeeping system, which if you've ever been to the Convocation Center, you know they keep it on the scoreboards here. And they are saying that Threet has 11 points. But either way, it's a quiet night for Jarvis Threet.
And Davon Usher going to transfer from Mississippi Valley State, playing really well for Delaware in his first matchup against the Dukes.
Curry wanted that 3 from the top of the key, won't get it. 3 rebounds and will slow everything down here. 3:19 to go, and the 4-point lead in favor of the Blue Hens, 69-65.
This reminds me a lot of the game against Detroit in the home opener for the Dukes, where they controlled the game for the most part, but then could not finish it late. The 3-ball, though, I've said it many times, it's been the difference tonight for Delaware. The Dukes just cannot get one to fall.
Threet going to drive inside the paint. Foul call. This one I'm sure going to be against Siminoff, which would be his 4th. And indeed it is. Andre Siminoff, his 4th foul. It's going to be JMU's 9th. And with that, we come to our final timeout here in this ball game. You see the foul called against Siminoff, so some free throws are coming when we come on the other side of this break. 69-65, Delaware leading, 2:52 to go on the Matazone HD Sportsnet, presented by JMU Alumni Association. Back in a moment.
I knew going to JMU would be more about just getting a master's.
I just knew that it was the place for me.
I feel as though that I'm a part of the institution.
You will never meet a stranger. Everyone is always willing to help you out and to help you through your graduate experience here at James Madison University.
The graduate school here is a great choice.
The education that you receive is top-notch.
It's one of the best in the country. And from here, everything is possible.
That's Coach Mike Dean there. Not really, but the big-headed version. The real Coach Mike Dean trying to get the team fired up now for this last 2:52. 4-point lead. Delaware leads the Dukes. And certainly I think, without a doubt here in the second half, everything is kind of slowed down as compared to what we saw in the first half, which just seemed like a rush of back and forth.
In the first half, Delaware had 35 shots put up. They shot 12 of 35. In the second half, they're 10 of 29. So right there again at the 34 percentile, but still a lot more. They got 6 more shots in the first half, but we still have 2:52 remaining. And then for the Dukes, they shot 17 of 35 in the first half for 48.6%. They're down to 34% in the second half, 8 of 23 And for the game, they're at 43%, 25 of 58.
Final 2:52 will tell all. Houston was telling you before the break, the Dukes have had slight issues with kind of closing out games to a certain extent. In fact, in that Charleston game, second half, it was a 12-0 run that doomed the Dukes. And that's what they have to prevent here, is just a rash of scoring where possible. And play, you know, it's going to be obviously difficult because to play, you know, good defense with basically no room for any fouls, obviously very tough situation for the Dukes, because now you send Jarvis Threet to the line. He's had a fairly quiet night.
And that just comes along with being a young basketball team. It's going to be tough to finish games out, but it's something they're going to have to get over the hump eventually.
4 fouls now on Seminoff. That's the foul that sent Threet to the line. Threet makes another 2. I think I've got him down as 13. I'm going to go with 13 as his number. 13 points for Threet. Still a low-scoring night for Threet, considering his average is 18 points a game. Nation from the top of the key will put it in.
He got a friendly roll here in the Convocation Center, and the Dukes are going to need a few more of those, down 4 with 2.5 remaining.
20 points for Nation. Sadler leads all scorers with 23 points. Nation and Usher with 20 points, I should say.
And now Threet's going to really try and take the air out of the basketball. He's just going to keep it up in midcourt.
Threet now with 10 seconds on the shot clock.
He wants isolation. He wants to take Nation right to the basket and foul Nation out.
And Nation with the block, but blocked it into the hands of King Davis as the shot clock is going. Sadler puts a shot up, an ugly shot, but it does get to the rim before the end of the shot clock violation. Now we see the other side here. Delaware's trying to take the air out of the basketball. JMU wants shots like that where Nation goes quickly to the basket, into the paint. He is fouled. He'll go to the line.
And that will be the 5th foul on Marvin King Davis. So he's going to be fouled out of the ball game, but he's set up to take the charge. He just leaned away from it. He was set up perfect position. He could have took it if Nation would have went a little bit stronger to the basket, and if he would have took the contact a little bit better than he did. He kind of shied away from it a little bit, and that's why he got the block foul rather than the charge.
So Marvin King Davis, who today, 6 points for him, fouled out and will be replaced.
He finished with 6 points, 8 rebounds, 3 offensive, 5 defensive. Had 1 turnover and 1 steal.
Devon Pinkard will come in, who himself is in foul trouble with 4.
And he's only played 8 minutes in this ball game, so about every 2 minutes he's getting a foul.
Andre Nation at the line, potentially closing the gap here. He'll do it on the first shot.
So cut the lead down to 3 for the Blue Hens.
He'll get one more. And that shot is good as well. Cuts the lead to just 2. Now time for some,
big free throws for Andre Nation. He had them hit them.
Big possession here for the JMU Dukes, especially defensively.
We'll see if the Delaware Blue Hens learn from what they did last possession. It looks like they might try and run their regular offense rather than letting the shot clock run all the way down. Then you're forced to throw up a bad shot if a good defense is played.
Threet almost in an isolation situation as he went to the basket for a layup, but then a foul going to be called. It's going to be charged against Ron Curry. Curry's got 3.
Again, he's all smiles. That's his game. I mean, it would not surprise me for Delaware to literally play 4 corners, everybody take their defender out, and let Threet go one-on-one to the basket, because that is his game. He likes to do that. He likes to draw contact. And again, he makes his living at the foul line, but he misses one there.
Rare miss for Jarvis Threet. 5 of 5 today before that shot, now 5 of 6. And overall, 70%, he'll make the second one, but that still leaves this as a 3-point game for the JMU Dukes to work with the minute 18 that remains on the clock.
They can't rush and try and get a 3. They just need to work the ball around, run the regular offense, and get what the defense allows you to get, whether it's 2, whether it's 3. Just score on this possession with 1 minute remaining in the game.
Curry going to work it around and timeout. Matt Brady, yeah, that was taking a little bit too much time to set everything up. So Brady going to take the timeout with 1 minute left, 15 on the shot clock, and they're going to hopefully draw up a play that's going to get them a good shot off, whether it be a 3 or a 2, as you said, Houston. Something. You can't come up with an empty possession right now.
If I'm Matt Brady, I'm not going with the 3 yet. I could see the Dukes trying to get a 3 look just because they're young, and I could see them really trying to take the shot a little immature.
But today has not been the day for the 3.
Exactly. The season hadn't been the season for the 3. I say pound it down low. That's what got you to this point. Stick with it. Give it to the big man. Let them do their business on the block and see what can happen from there. You at least get one back. You go down to the other end. Another free throw missed. It's still a 2-point game, and you're right there not needing a 3. And they do go down, make 2 free throws, or they score on offense. You're still down 3, 1 possession, and you get the open 3. And
there's always a potential that you don't necessarily send 3 to the line, and you maybe send somebody else.
Or you get a stop on defense because you don't necessarily have to foul right now.
So, working around is Curry. He needs somewhere to go with the basketball with 6 seconds on the shot clock. Cook needs to shoot it with 3 left. He's got a 3 opportunity. It's missed. Out of bounds, and it's going to be a Delaware possession.
And that is not how you come out of a timeout. And Coach Brady is not happy. They did not get a look. Great defense, though, by Delaware. You have to give credit to Delaware on the defense. But that's not the look Matt Brady was looking for. A scramble for the ball and an off-balance step to the side 3. I guess Cook was smart enough to realize if you're going to be out that far, you might as well take the 3 rather than a foot on the line, too.
So guarding 3 now, they're going to make 3. They're going to have to foul 3 if they're going to foul him. And Nation says, somebody else come foul him because I can't. Vodanovich going to be the one to have to foul him. And either way, you were losing somebody there. You just didn't want it to be Nation.
And that took way too long. I don't know what the Dukes were going for. They had this shot clock still on, so they would have got the ball back if they would have came up with a defensive stop, and it's only a 3-point game. So they could have played it that way, but they took a lot of time off. If they decided they were going to foul, they needed to know that right when they came out of the timeout and fouled immediately as soon as 3 got rid of the basketball.
So Tom Vodanovich officially fouled out of the basketball game. Seminoff will return to the court. First one is in for Sadler, and now puts this at a 4-point game. Sadler leading all scorers, 24 points for Devon Sadler. His average of 20.8 met and exceeded in today's game. Second one is in for Sadler, and that certainly is going to take all of the air out of this building with 26 seconds left. A 74-69 5-point game. Blue Hens leading.
Before that foul, nothing was needed but a defensive stop, but now that they did foul and they sent Delaware to the line and they made their foul shots, it's now going to be more of a let's extend this ball game. It's going to be a lot of fouling now. And JMU's going to have to get some quick looks. As you see there, Matt Brady is putting it on the board, and it looks like they might be going to Andre Nation. He gave him the pat on the chest, so we'll see if they go to Nation.
Well, certainly when Threet was over here on the corner closest to us here at the press table, nobody was guarding him. And then Nation started walking towards him when we reached about the 30-second mark, I would say. Nation then backs up, says somebody else needs to come foul him. I can't foul him. And then that was when you saw everybody start rushing for Threet. Threet passes off. That wasted another at least 4 seconds. Here comes Curry. Ron Curry going to get fouled and miss the shot, so only the opportunity for 2 here.
But he does go to the line. Very good, aggressive drive to the basket. I like what I saw from Curry there. Got the screen from Bessett.
Pinkard's 5th foul, so he's fouled out of the game. Devon Pinkard, 5 fouls, no points. Just took the 1 shot. Did grab a rebound.
And Monte Ross has 20 seconds to figure out what he's going to do. And we'll see who he motions to come in.
It's going to be Casman Hayes. Hayes, the 6'4" freshman from Charlotte, North Carolina, will come in place of the fouled out Pinkard. Meanwhile, Ron Curry at the line, 69% free throw shooter. His shot will fall.
And Delaware has played 11 players off their bench tonight. So 11 Delaware Blue Hens have seen action.
Second one will go in. So 3-point ball game, 19.5 seconds left. Big key here, I would think, is make sure Nation doesn't foul anybody. Same thing with Siminoff. Don't make sure that Andre Siminoff doesn't foul anybody. Jackson Kent is in the game. Tough defense on Threet, and Nation is going to foul.
And Nation took one for the team there. He knew the foul had to occur quick, so he went ahead and did it before too much time ran off the clock.
So Andre Nation will sacrifice himself with that foul. His fifth of the ball game. 2 shots coming at the other end of the court for Delaware here, with the 3-point advantage going for the Blue Hens. But yeah, only about 2 seconds off the clock there when Nation elected to commit the foul. So Andre Nation fouled out, and they replace Nation back in. Bessick will return to the court. So on the court for the Dukes now, Jackson Kent, Andre Siminoff, Taylor Bessick, Charles Cook, and Ron Curry.
The plus at that lineup, though, is there's 4 guys that can hit a 3. Bessick could probably hit one, but we don't want Bessick to take the 3.
Jarvis Threet to shoot, and he makes the first one. Puts us back at a 4-point game, so 2-possession game. Unless the unimaginable happens and a foul occurs on a made 3-point shot. Could matter not here if Threet makes the second one, which he doesn't. Bessick with the rebound, so 15 seconds and counting. Here's Ron Curry, up court. Ron wants to drive, he's fouled, and the shot is good. Basket will count plus 1 more.
And they do count the basket. I was making sure before we said anything. So this completely changes everything.
I had the referee right in front of me, and he said this. He went 2 counts. Thank you very much, sir. And Ron Curry will go to the line.
So they do count the basket.
Ron Curry, potential to make this a 1-point game if he makes another free throw. Curry, 4 of 6 from the line. Curry's shot is good. It's a 1-point ball game with 11 seconds to go. Full court pressure for the Dukes. Inbound goes to Threet, and Threet is fouled. Who do they call it on?
Probably, we'll say Curry was the first one there.
I think he was as well.
Unless they give it to Kent.
No, they did give it to Curry. Curry's 4th. So on the way to the other side of the court, but this changes everything. As you said, Houston, being now a 1-point game, you can only come away with a 3-point game if he makes both of them, if Threet makes both of them.
And that's 10 seconds. You get across half court, timeout by Matt Brady, and you set up a 3.
Jarvis Threet at the line. He's missed 1 each time he went to the line. Make it now. He's missed 1 each of the last 3 times he's been to the line.
So a little bit more pressure, and if he misses this one, you got to get across half court very quick, and Matt Brady's got to have a play drawn up with a timeout. And this Convocation Center is rocking.
Makes the second one. 2-point game, 76-74. Curry up court, timeout.
As I said, once he got across half court, timeout called. 7 seconds to set up a 2. I don't say go for the win here.
You don't even need the 3 at this point.
Let's go for the 2 to go into overtime, which I believe if we look back at one of our scores from our previous CAA game, the overtime game, Northeastern and Drexel, it was 76-76 when it went into overtime there. Don't know if that means anything, but just wanted to throw it out there.
Yeah, we don't know if it means anything, but we're just throwing that idea out there for you.
It'd be very nice here.
7.7 seconds, 76-74. Blue Hens lead the Dukes. Timeout there, as you said, taken. JMU still with 2 timeouts, actually.
And there you see the missed free throw. The minions behind the basket may have caused that one in the pep band, but you look at the 5 that's on the court right now for the Dukes: Curry, Cook, Kent, Siminoff, and Bessick. Curry has 14, Cook has 14, Siminoff has 11, Bessick has 11, Kent has 2. So, in my opinion, you have 4 players you can get it into. You don't want to put Kent in this shot, this play late as a freshman, but hey, if he can hit it, give it to him. But you have Siminoff, Bessick, Curry, and Cook, 4 players in double figures that you can get the ball to.
Cook's going to be the one to inbound it here. Yeah, I'm just kind of amazed. Each of the last 3 times he went to the line, there's Jarvis Threet, number 4 there in and all of your screen. each of the last times he missed it. Wait a second now. Timeout. Timeout trying to be called by Monte Ross, but my screen shows that he didn't have a timeout to call.
Which could be a technical foul.
Would that be amazing? No, I guess our
Michigan and North
wrong.
Carolina back in the day, remember the timeout called by the Fab Five that allowed North Carolina to win the national championship.
I guess our screens are not participating with us today.
And now it says -1 in the timeout columns. I guess our screens are off, but I was thinking of a Michigan Fab Five finish where
it would have been wild, would it not? But unfortunately, yeah, the screens are incorrect here. And folks, unfortunately, we rely a little bit too much on technology down here when we can't be right next to the scores table and see all these things for us in person. Of course, there's someone over there that's keeping track of all of these things.
The team reset, though, both teams have 13 fouls, so both teams are in double bonus. So any type of foul here by Delaware, if you're JMU, you might even try and draw a foul before you inbound the ball.
Potentially could happen here as well.
It's not something unheard of, but if I'm Matt Brady, I might try and go to Bessick low or maybe even Semenov on a back down move. He's got to work quickly, though, only 7 seconds. We'll see what they can draw. And they are inbounding the ball behind the basket, so it's always an opportunity for the lob, like they beat Delaware with last year. Just saying. We'll see. Oh, never mind. It's on the sideline now.
Cook is to inbound with 7 seconds. Gets it into Curry. Curry tries to drive. Baseline, and no foul called as that heads out of bounds. No foul was called as Curry went up to the basket from the paint. Wow. So no foul called as Ron Curry tried to put a shot up there. Take a look at the sequence again.
Yep. It looked like there was some arm on number 0 there. That's Davon Usher.
So foul has been called after the inbound. I believe it's going to be called against Cook. So his 4th, he's still okay. That'll send Casman Hayes to the line. Hayes only has shot 9 free throws up until this point. He's made 8 of them.
And look at the arm there. The arm right there is clearly a foul if you're looking at it on replay, but they don't have a replay to look at over there, which they can go to. They can go to the monitor under 2 minutes to look at a foul like that.
Hayes misses the first one, so that still makes it a 1-possession game, even if he makes the second one. Problem is now you have 2.2 seconds.
The thing, if you're JMU, you got to throw a fast pass to half court, call the timeout at half court. Or you just got to hope you can make a half court shot. If I was him, I'd have missed that free throw on purpose. I'm surprised Monte Ross didn't get that message to him because the ball would be in play when it went off the rim. And it's tough to set up a play with 2 seconds when the ball is coming off the rim.
2 seconds are left. 77-74, 3-point game. Delaware leading JMU. They'll have to inbound it from the opposite baseline.
So they're going to set some type of screen. If I'm the coach right here, I'm setting up a screen to get my guy to collect the basketball just past half court. Because when you call the timeout at half court, that's when you get to inbound it on the sideline, and you get a little bit better option to take the 3. It's going to be tough with 2.2 seconds. You just got to catch timeout, maybe take 0.3 seconds off the clock. That gives you 1.9, gives you a chance to get a good shot off. As long as they get a timeout on our side of the floor before 0.3 seconds, because after 0.3 seconds, or by NCAA rule, you have to have at least 0.3 seconds to get a shot off. So interesting numbers. We'll see what JMU does, and they got 3 guys lined up on our end of the court, and it looks like they're going to set some type of screen to get a deep pass.
And that's exactly what they do. Deep pass is going to be to Cook, but it's intercepted. And foul on Cook. That'll be Charles Cook's 5th one. And Semenov with a long pass got intercepted.
Intercepted, to say the least, and I guess that's why he's not the quarterback of the football team today.
Indeed. Certainly Everett Withers in the house taking a look at what he hopes his team does not do, and that was just a tough situation for the Dukes to work around. It is Davon Usher at the line now with a 3-point game, 0.9 seconds remaining.
So there's time to get a shot off, though, if he does miss both of these free throws. But it's going to have to hope for a long rebound, and you catch it in stride and shoot it from half court.
Usher's first one is missed.
So still a ball game. seen crazier things happen before.
Certainly. My screen does still show also that one timeout remains for the Dukes.
So they can call a timeout right here.
Usher makes it a
4-point game.
4-point game. Long shot from Curry for good measure, but that will end the ball game. Delaware 78, James Madison 74. It was exciting at the end, but that final drive by Ron Curry, where there was no foul called, I think will remain. If we gave away a play of the game, that would be a play of the game, certainly.
And here you see it again. But look at the hands by Usher. You see they come in right there. And they just get Curry right there on the arm. Clearly a foul, but nothing called on the sideline. And that was the foul. That could have been 2 foul shots, and it would have been a completely different ball game.
Remember, at that point, it was a 1-point game, so completely different ball game. Again, as Houston just said, if we're dealing with what was a foul at the time. So, well, we'll take a break. We'll come back. We'll recap the game. It is a 78-74 loss for the JMU Dukes. The Dukes will go to 6-11 on the season, 1-2 in the CAA. The Blue Hens moved to 10-7 overall, 2-0 in the CAA. Come on back, and we'll wrap everything up for you after we give you this message here on the Matazone HD Sportsnet, presented by the JMU Alumni Association.
Visit the James Madison University Bookstore, your source for all things JMU. Get your official Duke gear. Open after every football game. The JMU Bookstore. Support the team.
Well, welcome back. Convocation Center emptying out now after the conclusion of our ball game, where the Blue Hens of Delaware win it 78-74 over the Dukes of JMU. And, just a really tough ending, obviously, for it to have gone the way it did, with missing a free throw each time he went to the line the last 3 times. And then, of course, the 1-point game at 75-74. But then Curry, as he drove down to the baseline, tried to get that shot off, no foul called. And we finish off with a couple of Delaware free throws within the last few seconds. 78-74, the final.
But
and
the 3 definitely did leave the door open for the Dukes. They just could not come through when they needed to. And again, just looking at that replay so many times is so easily to get frustrated if you're a JMU fan or even a JMU player, coach, or whatever. But you got to take it and move on, and it was a positive outing for the Dukes, especially in the return of Andre Nation.
It really was. Nation had the fantastic dunk earlier on in the game, and again, he did have to take the foul right at the end. You have to wonder if maybe a play would have been drawn up for him and towards the end. Not that Curry easily, he probably did exactly what he was supposed to, but he just had 2 Blue Hens on him, and the ball went out of bounds, and that pretty much sealed the fate of the JMU Dukes here today. Let's take a look at some of the final statistics here as best that we can with our monitors here and statistics by Houston.
Stats with Studs, here we go. Ryan Curry finished with 14 points. He was 4 for 9 from the field, 1 for 5 behind the arc. Finished with 5 rebounds and 4 assists for the Dukes, and had 5 for 7 from the line with some key free throws late. Charles Cook finished with 14 points as well, 3 for 3 from the foul line, 7 rebounds, no assists, and he did foul out. Andre Seminoff finished with 11 points, 4 of 10 from the field, 2 of 6 behind the arc, 7 rebounds, 1 assist. Andre Nation fouled out. He finished with 22 points, 9 for 11 from the field, 4 for 8 from the line. He also finished with 5 boards and 2 assists. Taylor Bessick, he finished with 11 as well. So 5 Dukes in double figures. You cannot be upset with that if you're Coach Brady. Very well spread around. And Bessick went 4 for 5 from the field and 3 for 4 from the foul line. And he finished with a double-double, 11 points and 12 rebounds. So congrats to Taylor Bessick, the sophomore, who's really stepping his game up here in his sophomore season. Jackson Kent, only freshman to score for the Dukes. He finished with 2 points, went 1 for 8 from the field, missed a wide-open layup earlier in the game, and finished with 3 boards. Tom Vodanovich fouled out, no points. He just stayed in foul trouble the entire night, and he had 6 boards. Yohani Dallenberg 0 for 1 from the field, 1 rebound, 1 assist, and Ivan Lukic came in, and he did not collect any stats as well. For the Delaware Blue Hens, leading the way was Devon Sadler. He finished with 25 points, 5 rebounds, had 2 assists. And then Davon Usher, Mississippi Valley State transfer in his first game against the Dukes, showed off very nicely, finished with 23 points. He had 6 rebounds and 1 steal for the Blue Hens. Jarvis Street, as we said many times, Taylor, kind of an off night for him. 14 points, which isn't a bad night by any means. 6 boards for 3. Also for the Delaware Blue Hens, Kyle Anderson, he went 2 for 7 from behind the arc. Deep threat. He played very well early, but we didn't see very much of him late. He played very silent 38 minutes to finish with 7 points and 4 rebounds. Marvin King Davis finished with 6 points and 9 rebounds for the Blue Hens. And Carl Baptiste, again injured, played 7 minutes, and he had 2 points and 3 rebounds. Barnett Harris, he played but did not accumulate any stats. He did have 1 rebound, though. Devon Pickard, he fouled out with no points, 1 rebound. Maurice Jeffers came in, no points, no rebounds. Casman Hayes, he had 1 point, and it was the free throw to clutch it at the end for the Delaware Blue Hens. And Dylan Miller played 0 minutes, but he did play at least a few seconds. He picked up 1 rebound for the Delaware Blue Hens. The Dukes shot 27 of 61 for 44.3%, 4 of 20 behind the arc for 20%. That's a number that's got to rise for the Dukes if they want to be competitive. At the foul line, 16 of 24 for 66.7%. So missed 8 free throws, plenty of room to grow on at the foul line for the JMU Dukes. For the Delaware Blue Hens, 22 of 66 for 33.3%. So JMU outshot Delaware, just couldn't make the shots when they needed to. At the 3-point line, 9 of 24 for Delaware, 37.5%, and that, I will continue to say, was the game changer for Delaware. They could hit the 3 ball when the Dukes just absolutely couldn't tonight. At the foul line, the Blue Hens 25 of 35, 71.4%. Largest lead for the Delaware Blue Hens was by 6. That came in the second with 2:51 remaining. And JMU, they led by 10 with 4:35 remaining in the first half. Last field goal for Delaware came with 3:38 remaining. So 3:38 on the clock without any field goals for Delaware. The rest were foul shots. And JMU, their last field goal came with 11 seconds. Points in the paint, JMU continued to dominate there, 34-23. Points off turnovers, Delaware held the advantage, 10-7. Also in second chance points, they led 11-10. JMU also took the lead in the category for fast break points, 6-5. And Delaware's bench, led by the 25 from Devon Sadler and the 1 from Casman Hayes, 26-2 on bench points. But you expect that when you have Devon Sadler, top player in the CAA, coming off the bench for the Blue Hens. Score was tied 9 times tonight, and the lead changed hands 10 times here in the Convocation Center.
Final score, the Blue Hens do beat the Dukes 78-74. Next for the JMU Dukes, still at home, this time against Northeastern, the team they beat in the CAA championship last year. That is Wednesday, and that game will be back nationwide on Madison. For Delaware, they will move on to face another road opponent, another home opponent, William & Mary, that also on Wednesday at 7 o'clock at the Bob Carpenter Center there in Newark, Delaware. Update you on some final scores, which, again, that 2-overtime game between Northeastern and Drexel finished with Drexel winning 93-88. Also, Towson beats UNCW 60-53, a final score there. And a final also from Hofstra, 75-71. Hofstra beats the College of Charleston. All those final scores and all those affecting, of course, CAA standings here, which we'll update you on the next Matazone presentation. Speaking of the next Matazone presentation, it will be coming up on January 15th. That's Wednesday. Dukes will host the Northeastern Huskies, so make sure you tune in for that one. Our thanks go out to Kevin Tritt, the men's basketball sports information director from the University of Delaware, as well as the JMU men's basketball sports information director, Kevin Warner. Also to research assistant Patrick Bowling, and to JMU assistant athletic director John Martin. Executive producer with John Salem and Kurt Dudley. Our director, Jake Tomko. Thanks to the rest of the staff from Telemedia Productions for giving you today's production. Today's game was presented to you by the JMU Alumni Association, Comcast Sportsnet, the JMU Graduate School, Intellos Wireless, the JMU Bookstore, Residence Inn, and Fox Hill Townhomes. For Houston Stutz, I'm Taylor McBury from the Convocation Center. This has been a Matazone HD Sportsnet presentation presented by the JMU Alumni Association. Your final score, Delaware wins it 78-74 over the Dukes of JMU. Good night, everyone.